Hello everyone, welcome to the stream and to another day in Azeroth. Thank you all very much for joining me. Demon Dev, Ravenskull Hunter, Tanita, Empathic Nightwalker, Scary Meggy, Dave, Chalk, Nenya, Wanderlust, Tor Eric, Joachim, Patrick, welcome everybody. Hope you are all doing great. Tell me what is new, what is good. Alright, so this is what we're doing today. Obviously, as some of you have figured out, I needed a break from Cataclysm. We talked about it at the end of our last Paladin stream, that I want a palette cleanser between now and when the pre-patch comes out. The last thing I want to do is what I did leading up to War Within, where we spastically leveled 50 characters, and by the time the game came out, I was burned out. I don't want to repeat that with Mist of Pandaria. So yeah, we're going to play some Anniversary, and we're going to go Horde side, because I haven't played anything on the Horde side for a long time. And I felt like if I really wanted a palette cleanser, then it would probably be a good idea to do something completely different than what we've been doing. So yeah, that's the story behind how we got here. For anybody that missed like the last little bit of the stream on Saturday, I think it was, when we talked about all this stuff. Questions, thoughts, concerns?
Better be good. Goodbye.
Kill 8 mindless zombies and 8 wretched zombies. Alright. We can do that. Is that the only quest? Yes. Okay, Frost Armor is up. I need to make sure that I'm attacking at maximum range whenever I can. So we're the baddies now? Yes. Yeah, we're the bad guys now. Absolutely. Guitar Junkie, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, the last couple of groups we had were rough. What was the breaking point? And I said it before it happened. I had a group that I had to leave the group. And then I tried to queue back up after leaving the group. And then I got right back into the same group. And I wasn't going to tank for them because I'd already left. So I said, if I get kicked from this group and we get Dungeon Deserter, I'm done. And about 2 minutes later, we got kicked from the group, and we got Dungeon Deserter. And true to my word, I was done. Yeah. That's when I realized I was good, and I didn't want to get burned out, and I would rather go into my pre-patch fresh. Good luck finding bags? Yes, we are going to need luck finding bags, and apparently also finding mobs. It's been a long time since we've done Horde side in any version of the game. And originally, you know, I was gonna roll up another Alliance character. At first I was gonna do a Night Elf Warrior because, you know, it makes sense to keep all your progress on one faction, but yeah, ultimately I just need a change of pace. And I don't want to be doing the same zones in the recorded series that I'm doing on stream, even for a short period of time, so. Dustin, afternoon, man. Welcome, welcome. That was a good time to level. We were completely out of mana. to get to this character, I made about 15 different characters over the last 2 days across Horde and Alliance. I just like, I couldn't really settle on a character that felt great. Especially once I decided that I wanted to go Horde side. All of the Horde options are bad. I'm sorry for people that love Horde side. I'm trying to give it a go. Your races are all ugly. None of them look good. None of them have good animations. All the animations are janky. All the animations are stilted. The character models have no physics. I made men, I made women, I ran them around, I casted, I attacked things, I looked at all the animations. They're all bad. Like, some of them are passable. But with each race, there's jank somewhere. Whether it's their run animation, whether it's their weird like casting animation for like the female orcs, how like they're just doing this as they cast and it doesn't look right. There's something weird about every single race on the Horde side, male or female, it doesn't matter. They've all got some almost like some jank that once you see it, it's very hard to like get around it. It just looks bad. It ruins my immersion. It ruins my immersion. So here I am, and then I finally figured out that like for some reason the Forsaken have the best character models as far as like having details, like good details, good physics, and just like seemingly a higher polygon count. For some reason the Forsaken are the best Horde race before Blood Elves exist. It's hard to imagine it, but it's true. As far as like the physics and like the movements looking good and the animations looking good and nothing being super janky, the Forsaken are the best. But they're Forsaken, so you see all their bones, so you have to be able to get past that. Boo Horde, like no one's gonna come to the stream anymore because I'm playing Horde side. Like I get it. I just thought we could do something different for a change. I didn't think anybody would be very happy if I just started up another Alliance character and we're doing more Alliance leveling, you know, like we've done so much Alliance leveling. It does suck that we don't have Blood Elves. Like I'd love to have Blood Elves right now, but you know, it is what it is. At least you can hide the bones in retail. Yeah, that's true. I'm hoping that Classic Plus will bring with it more options like that for like character creation. Maybe in Classic Plus we can be Forsaken that don't show their bones, because I like the Forsaken models, like the parts that have skin on them. The parts that have skin on them are great. The parts that are like floating bones held together by magic, not so great, not so great. But yeah, it is what it is. We need wretched zombies. This first quest is going to take me forever. This is indicative of how we're going to level. Like the speed at which I'm going to level today is going to be quite slow. CNET, you were sad when I made a Horde mage. Yeah, you don't have to play, man. Like you don't have to. You don't have to go Horde side. Like you don't have to do it, man. Don't do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I'm not even sure I want to do it yet. Like I said, over the weekend I made 15 different characters. Male, female, Alliance, Horde, all kinds of races, and I ran them around, I attacked things, I casted at things, like... I was trying to find like something that I really liked, and you know what? The thing that I liked most was the Night Elf Warrior. But then I was like, well, I don't want to play more Alliance. How am I going to make another Alliance playthrough even remotely interesting for myself or for anybody else? It's like, we've done so much Alliance leveling in the past year. What's the difference between Classic WoW and the one I'm playing now? This is Classic. There's a couple different versions of Classic. This is Classic Era. This is Classic Era Anniversary Realm, so this is the game as it was in its original state, leveling 1 to 60. And the version we were playing last week was Cataclysm. Cataclysm is the 3rd expansion, so you know it's in the future from this, and the level cap there is 85. Everything's different. They're different games. They play different, they feel different, the classes are designed different, the questing is all different, the zones are all different. Everything about this version of the game is completely different from World of Warcraft Classic Cataclysm. All of the zones are different, all the classes are different, all the quests are different, everything's different. It's just a different game in the World of Warcraft universe, is the best way to think about it. It's best to think about different versions of WoW are completely different games. That's why they all exist at the same time, because they're not similar. If the different versions of WoW were very similar, they couldn't all exist simultaneously, because why would they need to? The reason we have so many different versions of WoW is because every single expansion of WoW, it's like you're playing a different game. Every single expansion, the systems change, the classes change, you have more content. Yeah, so it's like, it's so different from XPAC to XPAC.
I am forsaken. Dark Lady, watch over you. Speak quickly.
The problem is, as you move through the expansions, by the time you get to Cataclysm, a part of the game that I love the most, which is the leveling journey, no longer really exists. By the time you get to Cataclysm, there is no leveling journey. There's no reason to have a leveling journey, and when you do have a leveling journey, it's relatively short and it doesn't feel very fulfilling at all. Because the zones all suck and the questing all sucks. And so, like, once you pass that threshold from Wrath of the Lich King into Cataclysm, for me, it takes away a big chunk of the game that's enjoyable, and makes that part of the game something to get through so we can do endgame stuff. What I would really like to have is a version of World of Warcraft where I have, like, the big immersive sandboxy leveling experience, and then at endgame I actually have good endgame content to do, and I keep getting new endgame content to do. That's what I really need. I really need Classic Plus, because I like endgame content a lot. I just don't like the endgame content as it exists in vanilla era. Either that, or I need like a TBC era server. I got a black bag, which is technically cursed, but since we're Forsaken, I feel like it's a good sign. So I will take it. I want Classic Plus with all the fixings. Yeah. And then what I really want is, like, and the reason why like a TBC era server doesn't appeal to me is, like, I don't want to play a version of the game that's not going to ever move forward. I don't want to play or sink a lot of time into a version of the game where I'm never going to get to the next content, where I'm never going to see another raid, like, where I'm never going to see more dungeons. I don't have interest in that. And that's why I didn't play a lot on just the era realms, especially knowing that I don't really care for the classic era endgame. I can't imagine only having that content to do and never having other content. Like, what's the appeal? Because the journey has stopped, you know, journey over. So yeah, I really need a Classic Plus. I need a Classic Plus that keeps Classic Era intact as far as how it feels to play in the open world. And then I need it to continue, and I need it to keep feeling that way. I don't want to go through the same thing again where we get a Classic Plus expansion and suddenly it's faster, leveling is quicker, classes are more powerful, you're blowing through content. Like, I don't want the same thing to happen. I need a Classic WoW that's going to feel classic and continue having content that feels classic, but also offering a robust endgame with challenging 5-man dungeons, 10 to 20-man raids, and things like that. So fingers crossed that I live long enough for the classic team to make Classic Plus, and we'll hope that it's everything that I want, because otherwise I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do once Mist of Pandaria is over. Once we've gone through TBC and Wrath of the Lich King Classic again, like, what do I do then? I don't know. I have no clues. There's no other good games out as far as MMOs, so... Not a lot of choices when it comes to classic MMOs that are actually good. Wouldn't it be a good argument to play retail? How is anything I said a good argument to play retail? I just went on and on about how I needed everything to feel classic and how I needed it to continue to feel classic. How I needed a game where there was a big overworld journey that had sandboxy elements where I could get immersed in the leveling experience. I don't know what part of that says that there's a case for retail. Retail is a endgame Skinner box fucking treadmill. And it's good to fill time, and a lot of the activities are really fun when it comes to the pushing of buttons, but it has nothing to do with an RPG. And it has nothing to do with a big open world RPG sandbox experience. I think what I did is I made a case for never installing retail again. It's actually what I did. I think that's what I actually did. No, retail's not even part of the equation. I don't want to play retail. Retail exists. I don't like it. I need Classic Plus. That's all I need. Or failing that, maybe Turtle WoW 2.0 on the Unreal 5 engine. Maybe that'll be really good. Maybe I will ultimately land there. I don't know. Lord of the Rings Online, tried it. It doesn't, I can't. I tried it though. I think like sometimes with a classic MMO, like if you're not used to how it looks and you're not used to how it plays, it's hard to get into it. And I think Lord of the Rings Online is a good example of that. Like I'm not used to how it looks, I'm not used to the button pushing, and it's really hard to like to find those things enjoyable. I tried though. Nothing in retail when it comes to leveling will ever be fun. Retail's not about leveling. Retail's not about leveling, and there's not a soul on that team who cares about making leveling fun within the core game. When it comes to making leveling fun, what they think is fun, they do events like Mist of Pandaria Remix, and they do events like Legion Remix. That's how the retail team makes leveling fun. They make it super fast. They make it like this big power. How powerful can you get? How fast can you go? That's what the retail team does when they're trying to make leveling fun. They're not going to make leveling fun by turning it back into a 100-hour journey where every single thing you do matters. That's what they're not going to do, and that's what I want to play. I want to play like a 100 to 150-hour journey where the shit I do while I level up feels meaningful and where I can get immersed in it. And there's not a soul on the retail team who gives a shit about that. And they don't, and they shouldn't. That's what Classic is for. No one on the retail team needs to care about those things because that's not part of retail anymore. That is what Classic is for. So what we really need to do is just get a few more devs on the Classic team, and they just need to get Classic Plus out for the people that want that experience. There is no going to retail when you want out of an RPG the things that I want out of an RPG. That's why every time I try to play retail, it fails, because there is literally nothing there for me. It doesn't offer things that I enjoy. Yeah, I did enjoy M+, and that's it. How many times did I say that if I could log into Retail WoW, select my character at the character screen, select M+ over here, and I could click enter, and I could just go into M+, I would do like 5 hours of that a week. It was a horrible thing to grind all day, every day, and it really gave me a bad case of burned out, and it was very unhealthy to do it as much as I did in a day. But if I didn't have to go into the world, if I didn't have to look at the world, look at the quest, or any of that other shit, then I would go to my character screen, I'd pick a character, and like 5 hours a week, I'd queue up for Mythic Plus, and I would progress that. But I don't want to even engage with the world that they've crafted. I don't want to do a quest. I don't want to do a world event. I don't want to do a weekly quest. I don't want to talk to your NPCs. I don't want to be in your laggy city hub where my fucking $2,500 computer gets 15 frames a second because of your shitty infrastructure. Like, I don't want any of that. I would just like to do some Mythic Plus from the character select. And until I can do that, I probably will never bother going back to it. SOD was Classic Plus. SOD was as close to Classic Plus as we were going to get, but SOD was never meant to be permanent. SOD was always an experiment. That's why it was called the Season of Discovery, because as seasons do, seasons change, seasons end. So SOD became a thing that was basically a springboard and a building block of what will eventually be Classic Plus. But it was never meant to be Classic Plus. That's why it was called the Season of Discovery. Am I? Yeah, I'm pissing fire this morning? Yeah. I guess so. I'm not trying to be negative about things, but you know, we're talking, so I'm just being real. As I do. I know it bothers people. When you express honest opinions that are contrary to what other people believe, they just like to portray it as negativity. And they portray it as negativity because they feel bad about it. It's like, oh, a person is speaking strongly and the things they're saying are things that I don't like. This person is being negative. Really? Okay. Do I have plans for new hardcore? No, not anytime soon. If I wanted to play hardcore, I'd be doing it right now. I don't really want to play hardcore right now. Yeah. Hardcore is not like, hardcore is a different thing. It's immersive in a way, but at the same time, I don't need that to get immersed. And I played so much hardcore for so long. When you play as much hardcore as I play, like it stops being immersive after a while because you know that every character is going to die. It just stops being immersive, and you start feeling like you're just wasting your time. By the time the Anniversary Realms came out, I was basically done with hardcore. I'm tired of wasting my time on characters I would never touch again after they died. The closest we got was, I think we got 47 on a Paladin, and I retired them. That was on Bloodcell Buccaneers. And then we got 47 on a Hunter, and then Season of Discovery came out and I retired them. So yeah, we got to 47. I think that was as high as we got in hardcore, and neither of those characters died. I just stopped playing them. Well, that's the other thing. You say it gets boring unless you push your luck. Yeah, the thing is, sometimes the fun thing in Classic Era for me is seeing what I can get away with. Knowing that, you know, multiple mob pulls are more challenging and stuff like that, sometimes I like to look at a situation. I like to say, can I push this class to its limit? Can I pull 3 mobs? Can I pull these 4 mobs? How do I deal with them? And like, you don't want to do stuff like that in hardcore. Hardcore is about avoiding that whole situation. And I like that situation. I like looking at a group of mobs and thinking like, how can I with this class take these mobs? You know, in hardcore I have to avoid them. In hardcore we have to avoid the 4-pack, we have to go somewhere else. In Classic Era, like non-hardcore, we can see. We can find out. You know, we can push our limits and it can be fun, but also, you know, we're not about to lose the character. And so that's ultimately one of the considerations that got me here. Like, I almost did hardcore, and I was like, you know what? No. It's stressful. I have to play it an entirely different way. At this point, for me, it always feels like a waste of time. And for me, it's not more immersive. It's not more immersive for me. I get immersed enough. Kid Cuddy, I'm glad you're digging the rogue. That's awesome, man. Thanks for being here. Eventually I'll get into some kind of groove and we'll be questing a little bit faster. I understand we've accomplished about 3 quests in the last 30 minutes. Eventually we'll probably speed up as more of these quests kind of come back to me. Alright, let's train level 2. I think we get Arcane Intellect. Yes. That'll give us some more mana pool. Let's pull that out. That is a 30-minute buff. Let's put these right next to each other. At one point, it did say warrior. And then it became a mage. Yeah. It said warrior for about 2 hours. And then I was like, nope, I need to play something on the Horde side, otherwise we'll be leveling our 27th Alliance character in a row. And I felt like that was going to be really boring content for everybody. CNET, what do you mean, man? Mop just took a huge turn. You know I love ambiguous statements that don't provide details. You know that's like my favorite thing. Kill 10 nightweb spiders and 8 nightweb spiders. Oh, 10 young. Okay. 10 of the youngins. Let's empty the inventory because it's completely full basically. Mop just took a huge turn. What are we talking about? Jerk. What a jerk. Go back to Valheim. Falcon. Dude, I was thinking about Valheim like yesterday. Yep. It's funny that you say that. I was thinking about Valheim because I was like, what else could I stream that could be chill? Like, not that I would ever stop streaming WoW, but I was thinking like, what else could I stream that could be like a chill vanilla-esque journey? And I was like, oh yeah, Valheim. Valheim's not chill, but yeah, parts of it are. Parts of it are extremely chill. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know when or if I'll do that, but yeah, maybe sometime in 2025 I'll go back to Valheim. We'll do some Valheim streams. I don't think anybody's going to show up to watch me play Valheim, but we could see. I could do it as like a late afternoon stream after I've already done my WoW stream. There's a chance, yeah, so you're saying there's a chance. Yes, I'm saying there's a chance. I've thought about it the last couple days. As I've had to acknowledge that the wait for TBC is going to be a long time and the wait for Classic Plus is going to be even longer, I've been thinking like, well, what other things could we do? Cena, is it just like all the changes they talked about and stuff? Because they've talked about a lot of changes for MoP. Obviously, they like the not having the raid finder is a change. I know they made a lot of class changes. They made a bunch of class changes, and they actually took some stuff from Warlords of Draenor pre-patch, and they're putting some stuff from Warlords of Draenor pre-patch as far as like some class balancing stuff into MoP. So yeah, I saw a bunch of stuff. Falcon, I played a bunch more than that on my other channel, though. Yeah, I played a lot of Valheim on my second channel. I think I did like 20 hours, 25 hours, or something like that. Yeah, I did have a playthrough on this channel too, like back in the day, but a couple years ago I did a longer run. What killed me in my longer run was getting to the boat. as soon as I had a boat and they wanted me to learn how to sail a boat in a video game, and they seemed to expect me to understand things about sailing, I couldn't get the boat to do anything, and then I gave up. The boat was incredibly frustrating. I like the boats from The Witcher and from like Wind Waker, and if the boat mechanics are any more complicated than that, I can't get the boat to do anything but spin. It was bad. I tried like 3 different times. Still couldn't get it to work. People left me a lot of really useful comments and none of it helped. Why is vanilla leveling so different feeling? Mainly because it takes longer. Like vanilla leveling is very different. It takes longer, and like in vanilla, the game was designed so that the leveling experience mattered. And what I mean by that is when classes get certain abilities, all of that stuff has been thought out. Like when we get certain talents, when we open up new powers, all of that was thought out and planned out and designed. Whereas in later versions of WoW, they didn't design the classes for the leveling experience, they only designed classes for endgame. So they would build an endgame character, and then they would basically just randomly assign when you're going to get abilities as you level up, knowing that people were going to level up really, really fast, and it wasn't really going to matter when they got abilities, when they unlocked talents, when they got new powers. So we'll just, as long as they get all their powers by like level 80, it's good. So the whole design of the game is different. In this version of the game, the leveling was part of the game. It was supposed to be a big, big time investment, with all kinds of stuff to do on the way, professions, reputations, dungeons, auction house, gold making. Like, you were supposed to just be in this world for a long time. And eventually you'd hit endgame, and at endgame there was more stuff to do. But it wasn't, the point of the game was not to get to endgame to do that stuff. The point of the game was to level your character up. The point of the game was to level your character, progress your character, grow your character, fall in love with your character, learn your class, become good at your class, experiment with professions, explore the world. And then for the people that hit 60, you find out, oh, there's more stuff to do. There's harder stuff to do if I want to. And so fundamentally, vanilla is just completely different than any other version of the game has ever been. And that feeling lasted a little bit, like it lasted into TBC. And it started to die away a little bit in Wrath of the Lich King. But by Cataclysm, when they redid the leveling, redid the zones, they basically killed the entire leveling portion of the game. And made it, basically leveling became an afterthought. Leveling became a means to an end rather than being content. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. Cata and beyond, leveling is a means to an end, and it's not content anymore. True story. And that's it. God, this rant has gone on for a long time. Whew. All right. I'm going to try to shut up and play the game a bit. I also have to drink some coffee. Will I main something in TBC? No. I'm just going to play alts on different servers forever. That's the plan. You feel like people don't have patience anymore? Yeah, they do. Who do you think is playing Classic Era? Who do you think is playing Classic Era right now? All the people who want to play that kind of video game. All the people that want to enjoy those RPG elements. Now, the people playing retail, they don't want that kind of game, but it's a different game. Yeah, there's a huge audience for this. That's why people have played on the Classic Era realm since TBC came out. That's why to this day some people only play on the Era realms and they don't play any other version of the game. Oh yeah, there's a huge audience for this content. There's a huge audience for big immersive sandbox style RPG. Like it's a market, yeah. It's a market. And I think the more people get burned out on the loot treadmill, daily activity, weekly activity bullshit in games like Retail WoW, I think the more people will find their way back to games like this. That you can get in the game and you can play and you just get to have a good time. There's not stuff that you have to do. You don't have to get your weeklies done. You don't have to get your dailies done. You don't have to farm X amount of the resource today to reach your cap. You don't have to worry about any of that shit. You can just get on the game. You can play for a couple hours. You can relax. You can let the worries of the day and the world fade away. And you can have a good time. And then when you're done, you can just log out. So I think eventually people will find their way back to games like this. I think they already are. I think that's why we're hearing Blizzard seriously talk about Classic Plus and the future of Classic, because they know that there's a huge appetite for this game. And the player base is nicer. The player base is nicer in Classic era because they're not all stressed out all the time about all the shit they have to do. And they're not always angry about how the current patch is completely broken. All right, that's 2 resists. Let's see if we can actually hit this guy. Let's go kill the spiders before we go back to town. Let's try to do 2 quests at once here before we go back, and maybe we'll actually start making some progress. What professions am I thinking? I really don't know. It was hard for me to even settle on this character to decide this is what I was going to do today. Yeah, I had a really hard time settling on even what class, what faction, what race. Like, it was rough, guys. It was rough, and it didn't get easier once I decided that I was going to play Horde. It didn't get easier, so I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I haven't decided. Damien, I appreciate the sentiment, man. Thanks for being here. Deathwing, you can disagree with me. I don't PvP, so I don't care. There you go. Like, I play on a PvE server for a reason. And I feel like anyone who is stressed out by PvP, if you find that kind of thing stressful, that's why God made PvE servers. So, like, if it's stress that you're doing to yourself, that's not the game's fault, brother. Because the game has given you options to avoid the stress you just talked about. So that shit is on you, unfortunately. In my mind, WoW is not and has never been a PvP game. And I know there are people that disagree with that, and that is absolutely okay. When I think of a PvP game, I think of a game like League of Legends. I think of a game like Overwatch. I think of a game like Call of Duty. I do not think of a big, immersive, open-world RPG sandbox with deep lore and characters. Like, that's not what comes to mind when I think about PvP. And I've never been a WoW PvPer. I just don't see the point in it. It's never been interesting to me, and I don't do it. If I wanted the PvP, I would go play a PvP game. Yeah, I feel like that was the intention of PvP, right? It made the world feel like a world at war. So for people that wanted to have that, like, faction versus faction story experience, there it was. It was there. I think it's when you try to then take the PvP and you try to balance the game around the PvP, I think that's when you're making a mistake. When you have a big open world like RPG sandbox and then you decide to balance the game around PvP and balance classes around PvP, that's when that's too much. You've gone too far. Deathwing, I'm sorry, buddy. I got my own opinions and my own experiences just like you do. Other people disagreeing with you and not sharing your opinion, that doesn't have to be painful. It doesn't have to be painful at all. It just is what it is. We're different people with different experiences and different preferences. If you're hurt by people not sharing your opinions, you're going to be hurt a lot in life. Everything's going to hurt you. Everything's going to feel abrasive. Well, now you're talking about skill. Now you're talking about something completely different. I don't know why we're talking about skill all of a sudden. I haven't been talking about skill. You can't force your previous opinion to be correct by bringing up a different thing. Like, you're not going to change my mind by bringing up different things that you believe. You know what I mean? Your original point, and the only thing I was talking about, is how stressful you found the game as a PvPer, and how engaging with that stress was a choice that you're making, and it didn't make the game itself stressful because you're making a choice to engage with something stressful in the game when the game offers you alternative. That was the only thing we were talking about. Everything else is something different. Every other opinion that you've stated is something different and completely unrelated to anything that I was talking to you about. I'm not going to PvP. Like, I'm never going to PvP seriously. I can't say this enough. I don't PvP in this game. And it's not that I don't like PvP. It's that if I want to spend my time PvPing, I'm going to play a PvP game, that the whole point of the game is PvP and that the game is balanced for PvP. Like, if I wanted to PvP, I would play something like League of Legends. I used to play a lot of Heroes of the Storm because I really enjoyed Heroes of the Storm. So it's not that I don't like PvP, I don't like WoW PvP. Because in my opinion, WoW PvP is not enjoyable. And a lot of it is because, you know, this game has so much going on that you can't make everything good. Felgorn, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. I'm going to take your gold, and I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. That is very kind of you. Very generous. I will definitely take your gift. Hope you have a good day, man. Alright, what do I need? I need a regular night web. So the regular night web, they're only going to be back in the cave. One second, guys. Alright, sorry about that. Is Classic Plus a confirmed thing? Yeah, it's not going to be called that. But yeah, they're working on the future of Classic. They sent out a big survey about it. They've had interviews and stuff about it. They've talked about the future of Classic when talking about the end of SOD. Yeah, there's a future for Classic. We don't know what it looks like yet. We probably won't know what it looks like for a year or two. I think once TBC, Classic Era TBC has run its course again, maybe then we'll start hearing about what they have in store for either another season of Classic or for Classic Plus. But don't hold your breath, it's probably going to be a while. Why don't they just make SOD Classic Plus? Because SOD is a season. It was Season of Discovery, and SOD was very specific. A lot of the things that SOD did were very specific to SOD. They aren't things that really are going to work in Classic Plus. Like, in Classic Plus, it's going to be nice to have, like, class changes and class balancing stuff, but you don't really want to see the classes get as powerful as they did in Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery was just a fun experiment where they can learn some things, take away lessons, and do some experiments, basically. And it's also a season, so by the nature of things that are termed to be a season has to end. One season turns into another season, etc., etc. Time moves forward. They could rename it. Yeah, take the lazy way out. Just rename it. Season of Classic Plus. We've given up. This is it, guys. That would be called half-assing it. And I don't think anybody would be happy if they half-assed Classic Plus. Alright, we have finally killed all of the spiders. Let's head back. Year of Discovery! It was already out for more than a year, though. That's the thing. It did go for more than a year. It was more like the Year of Discovery. We'd have to call it the Decade of Discovery if it was going to become Classic Plus. The Century of Discoveries. Why, if I like PvP games and like WoW, why not dabble in both? I just explained it. I don't like WoW PvP. What don't you guys get? I'm not making this hard. I'm literally telling you, I don't like WoW PvP. I have done it before. I don't enjoy it. I'm not a fan. That's it. That's it. There's no way to like convince me or reconcile me or show me that I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I've played this game for 20 years. I've PvP'd before. I don't enjoy it. That's it. I just don't like it. And I like games like Heroes of the Storm. I liked Overwatch when it first came out. That's just it. Like, there's no, like, way to logic it out. You can't, like, logic me with your opinions. It doesn't work. It's crazy. If I talk to him enough about it, he'll realize that he's wrong. He'll come around. I know he will. There's nothing to come around on. I just don't like it. That's it. 12 scarlet armbands. What level am I? Level 4. Oh, we're making lots of progress today, boys. It's gonna be a high level day. I can tell.
What now?
And with that, I'm putting an end to the PvP discussion. I'm not going to engage with it anymore. I've said everything I need to say. I've said too much. For something I care so little about, for something that only occupies a tiny sliver of my mind, I've already said too much. I'm gonna move on. You can feel free to think about me whatever you like to think about me. It doesn't make you right, and it doesn't mean that I give a shit. Like I said, I'm done with the conversation. It's boring me. I can only repeat myself so many times. I mean, I like the sound of my own voice, but I can only repeat myself with so many times. And if it just doesn't make sense to you, it's never gonna make sense, and that's okay. I'm not here to make everything make sense to you.
What is it?
I'm certainly not here to convince you to believe how I believe. You should go on playing the game and believing whatever you want. It's got nothing to do with me. William, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by, man. I need to get a wand. We need a wand. We're level 5, so we should definitely go buy a wand. Well, I mean, I guess we kind of have to wait until we're out of the starting area. I'm tempted to make the run now, but we'll try to wait until we're in Brill at least. We will try to wait. Unlike the priest or the warlock, we're not going to rely on the wand a ton, I don't think. But it would be good for any time they're down to like 15 or 20%. I would rather be wanding than casting another spell. Am I just because of the name? Am I going for an immersive run? No, it's a stream, so it's only as immersive as you guys can make it. Basically, I only have so much control over the immersiveness of it. Such is the nature of the stream. It just was a name. It was a name I hadn't used before, and I liked the sound of it, and I wanted to grab it before anybody else did. So, yeah. I made like 15 characters over the weekend trying to decide what character I wanted to play, what faction I wanted to go on for this, and it was not an easy choice, and that was the name I kept using. Every time I made a new character, I like ran them around, looked at their animations, casted some spells. Every time I would just name the character Ramble Lore, and so that was the name the character ended up with when I settled on this character. Because that's what I was naming everybody. That's it. Aaliyah, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Are we going to level as Fire or Frost? We'll probably level Frost. Frost gets really fun once you're freezing people in place and critting frozen targets and stuff. It takes it a while to get there, but it gets there eventually. Darren, I appreciate that. I don't think I got it yet, but I might not have checked my mailbox today. But I'll keep an eye out for it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Inventory's full. Okay, okay. That's not good. Let's see. Is there anything we can equip that we don't have on? Not really. How about a cloak? Okay, that opened up one spot. Yeah, I guess we're gonna go... Oh, there we go. There's a belt. So we got 2 slots. Can we make it out here with only 2 slots available? Probably not long enough to complete the quest, but we'll see. Aaliyah, that sucks. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, this is what I settled on. I settled on Undead Mage. Somehow I got here. After looking at every other Horde race and like looking at all their animations and really studying them, this turns out to be the best character model available on the Horde side. A lot of the character models on the Horde side are not good. They don't have good physics, they don't have good movement, they don't have good casting animations. It just feels like a lot of the Horde races were kind of, not an afterthought, but maybe they didn't get the TLC that the Alliance races did. Maybe the Horde races are just so ugly and monstrous that they just can't look good. Maybe there's just no way to make them look good, I don't know. So yeah, we ended up here because it has the best physics and the best animations. Even though it is very bony. The orc female is good. Yeah, yeah, the orc female is okay. The orc female, like all of the models on the Horde side besides the Forsaken, they're very stiff. everything about them is like very rigid when they move, when they run, when they cast, when they swing. It's hard to describe. Like, but make some orcs and run them around. Make a troll female and run that around and see how janky that is. Some of the stuff is just really stiff. It feels strange, and it just like it ruins my immersion basically. I start fixating on these like small bits of jank, and it starts to ruin my immersion in the character, and I start to hate the character. If you want to see broken, fire up if you guys want to see a broken animation that's been in the game for all of time, start up an orc female warlock, get to level 5 and start wanding stuff. If you want to see a broke piece of garbage animation that's been in the game since it came out and it's never been fixed, fire up a female orc warlock, get yourself a wand and start wanding stuff, and you will see the brokest animation to exist in the game. Yep. That's how much attention the Horde races got, is that the female orc wand casting animation is still in the game somehow, even though it's completely busted. True story. Mr. Santa, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
What is it?
Watch them slide forward. It's not even like the arm movement. The character model slides forward and slides back. They don't step forward. They don't step back. They glitch forward, they glitch back. Every time they wand, they glitch forward, they glitch back. It's like they're sliding. But they're not stepping. There's no stepping animation happening. They're simply glitching forward. It's about an entire meter. About an entire meter they slide back and forth when they wand. It's very bad. Very, very bad. All right, inventory is full.
What would you ask of death?
Do I want to be Frost or Fire? We're gonna go Frost. I don't, like, long term, I don't know. But we're gonna level up as Frost, as one does. As one does. We're level 5. Did we train level 4? I don't really know. I can't remember. I was pretty distracted by chat. I blame you guys. Yeah, we did train level 4, and we got some spells that I'm simply not using. There we go. We can conjure some water, so we don't need to worry about running out of the water. Just put those on the bar. And now we're going back to go after the Scarlet Crusade documents. Arcane Missiles is fun early on. Early on we might cast some Arcane Missiles just because it's really strong. It's really strong, so maybe we could do that. Falgorn, what's up, man? Oh, buddy, you didn't have to do that. That's very kind of you, dude. On top of the gold and everything, running that out here for me, like the legwork involved in that, I really appreciate that, dude. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very kind. Yeah, that was a little bit of a run, so now we can get that going right away. Alright, now we can start blasting. Start getting this thing skilled up. Nice. Very, very cool. Yeah, the earlier you can get a wand, the better off you're going to be. That way we can conserve a bunch of mana. We'll do a frost bolt, and then we'll do a fire bolt, and then we'll do a wand, and that should kill most things. Should kill most things. It looks like the named guy is dead right now. We're waiting on a respawn. Shouldn't be too long. I feel like this guy typically respawns pretty quickly. Do I still play my human rogue on this server? I have a human rogue going right now in a recorded series. That's the human rogue that I play on this server. Yeah, I started that up. We had a rogue that I started like way early on when the anniversary rooms first opened up, but I wiped that one because I'd been away from it for too long. I'd started that character on the stream, and I didn't want to do a character in the recorded series that I had started on the streams. So yeah, I am doing a rogue, but they're level 13 right now, I think. Speaking of Durotar, we're going to head to Durotar eventually here. We're going to do questing in Tirisfal Glades and Durotar kind of back and forth. Similar to what we would do between Elwyn Forest and Dunmorrow on the Alliance side, we'll be doing some early zone hopping probably as soon as we hit level 8. Which at the rate I'm leveling will be about 3 hours from now. Any fun leveling routes for Horde that isn't the Barrens? Oh man, the Barrens is like just amazing for vibes. I love spending time in the Barrens, to be honest. And because you don't have to stay there permanently for too long though. There's typically places you can go. You just need to do your zone hopping so you don't get burned out of the Barrens. So do a little bit of Barrens and then go to Silverpine Forest. You can go Silverpine at level 11. And actually I'd recommend doing a little bit in Silverpine before going to the Barrens to get a couple levels. And then once you hit like 13 or 14, then do some stuff in the Barrens. Do that for a little bit, jump back to Silverpine, finish Silverpine, and then come back and finish Northern Barrens. Like, just don't try to do it all at once. You should be splitting up your Barrens questing with Silverpine questing. So if you're just trying to burn through the Barrens, that's where you're going wrong. Has seen that drowning is real in Classic. Oh yeah, buddy, you'll drown fast. Yeah, don't stay underwater long. You're gonna have a hard time. Yeah, the trick about the Barrens is like you're designed to be in the Barrens from like level 12 you could do stuff all the way to like level 25. You're just not meant to do it all at once. You got to get your zone hopping in. Also around level 17, watch out for Stone Talon quest. Around level 17 you can start doing some things in Stone Talon. And Stone Talon's not a big zone, but it'll help you kind of get a change of scenery, you know. Alright, so professions on this character. I mean, my gut tells me just like keep it standard. We can go tailoring and skinning.
What is it?
We could say screw skinning. We don't want to skin everything. We can go tailoring enchanting. I don't know if enchanting is useful. Maybe it becomes more useful in TBC. I don't really know. Hank, I did, man. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for being here and thank you. I did have a good Father's Day. Fields of Grief, steal 10 pumpkins from the farm. We're not going to do that right now. We'll come back and do that a little bit later. What add-ons makes the quest givers like that? Dialogue UI. I never feel like I get a lot out of enchanting though, and enchanting takes a lot of effort to level up. But do you guys think it's worth it? To go tailor. Let's say this character went into TBC someday. Let's just like do a scenario where we're going into TBC. I'm somehow still playing this character. Would enchanting be useful in TBC? I've never really leveled up enchanting very much. Except I leveled it up enough to get wands and stuff in hardcore, and that's basically it. And I know enough about it to know it's kind of a pain in the butt to get it leveled up. Professions for a rogue? Leatherworking is always good. Herbalism and alchemy could be really good for potions. Like, tailoring I want to do for sure. Like, tailoring I'm going to do for sure. It's just like, I question whether or not I want to do enchanting. or whether I would just rather take skinning, and that way I can make a little bit of pocket change. Like, I doubt I'm going to sell a lot on the auction house for very much, because I doubt the economy is that good here, but yeah. I'm thinking, like, maybe we go... I know we also sometimes need skins for some tailoring recipes. Disenchant everything you can. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do I get out of enchanting? I get a couple of stat bonuses on a couple of pieces of gear. Is that worth it? Especially as a caster. Am I going to get anything worth it as a caster? It just doesn't seem like it, you know? We could try it. I don't know. I don't really want to do skinning. I do skinning so often, and then you got to skin every single mob in the game, and it does slow you down, even though you might not realize it. It adds like probably like 50 hours just skinning stuff, so we don't have to take skinning. I feel like we take it all the time. Let's do tailoring. Okay. Fishing question. Does the body of water matter for getting skill in higher level fish? In Classic Era, yes, Hank. In Classic Era, TBC, and I think Wrath of the Lich King, yes. By Cataclysm, no. By Cataclysm, yes, but not for skill ups, just for the type of fish. Yeah, I think in Cataclysm, you'll get different types of fish, but for skill ups, I don't think it matters where you fish. But in Classic Era, all of it matters. Enchanting so I can do Beast Slayer for your weapon. Okay. Yeah, if I can do something that could be useful to you and possibly to other people that we play with, then enchanting is more appealing. Because I don't like not having a physical weapon myself, like I'm not looking for that big weapon enchant, you know? And I feel like the weapon enchant is probably the most impactful enchant, especially while leveling up. I know we can get stat bonuses on our gear and stuff, but I don't know how much consequence that stuff really has. Yeah, so like I could, and it would probably, maybe it would be good. We can, if I do alts, like maybe I can enchant stuff for alts. Can you enchant you can enchant a weapon and then send it to a character, right? And leave it as a BOE. So like this could be my character. I could enchant weapons for like low level alts in the future. If I wanted to do like a Tauren warrior or an orc warrior, I could enchant some weapons. So maybe it's worth it for that. Maybe an enchanter is worth it to support like badass alts. I could get behind that. I kind of like that. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds good. So we'll keep any greens that we come across, and we'll keep any greens that we get from tailoring, and we'll disenchant them. Speaking of, we don't have anything right now. We have no linen yet. We're supposed to be looking for gloomweed. Let's see if we can find some gloomweed. Actually, let's just go get some of the quests, because we'll get quests to kill these undead anyway. You want to send me your greens? Yeah, if you have greens you don't need to sell or anything, yeah, I'll take them and I'll disenchant them. Perfect. Well, that's the plan then. We'll go tailoring, enchanting for the alts. For the group mates and for the alts. Executor Zegand of Brill wants you to kill 10 Scarlet Warriors. Okay, we can do that. What else do we got? Pretty sure there's a quest back here. Yep.
What now?
Collect 5 vials of Darkhound blood. Be Sad Dog, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well.
And you are.
Let's go ahead and make this our home.
Hello.
There we go.
Watch over you.
They don't have a cook here, I don't think. Which is a little bit weird. I think we have to go to Undercity to learn cooking. We're level 6, so finding the mage trainer could be good. Here we go. Should learn Fire Blast. And Conjure Food. Conjure Food, Fire Blast 1, and Fireball rank 2. Let's get the new rank of Fireball out as well. Boop. We don't really need the auto attack with our staff anymore. Now that we have the wand, we'll be exclusively wanding. Let's get the conjure food out and make some of that. We'll also make some more water while we're here. The quest add-on is Dialogue UI. Yep, all of the add-ons we're using are actually in the stream description. I'm pretty sure I got them there. I think I did the good streamer thing and filled that out. It's a very cool add-on. It also has a dark mode, so if you prefer things in dark mode, that's an option too. You can change the size of the box, the size of the text, all that good stuff. Highly recommend it. We're missing a quest. Is this one upstairs somewhere? There should be a quest to kill the bats. And the reward is like a pair of gloves. Let's see. I feel like for the Horde we should do the dark mode for Dialogue UI. Let's see. No? Oh, it's her. We're not at level yet, I guess, which is weird. And then is one of these a poster? Grave Robbers and Wanted. Oh, maybe it's in this building here. It's been a long time since I've done these quests, so I'm not extremely well acquainted with them right now. I feel like I know the quest in Durotar a bit better.
I'm listening.
Kill Rothide Grave Robbers and Rothide Mongrels, bring 8 Embalming Ichors back. Okay, there we go. And then the Wanted poster, and then we should have everything for right now. Oh, there we go. I think dark mode works for Horde side. Yeah, we were gifted some wands. A very kind person brought us a wand, so we are already shooting stuff. It's very nice. I could use my buffs? No. No way. Chat, can you believe that I forgot to put my buffs back up? I honestly can't believe that I forgot. Typically, I almost never forget. Thank you. Just stick around, I'll forget again in 30 minutes. I basically shamelessly rely on you guys to tell me when my buffs are up, so... I appreciate the backseat gaming when it comes to stuff like that. And buffs in Classic Era are no joke. I absolutely must have these up. This isn't Cataclysm. They're not even semi-optional. Have I ever tried hardcore? I have like thousands of hours of hardcore on the channel. Yes. I have sampled the hardcore for thousands of hours, probably. It has to at least be 1,000 hours, somewhere around there. Deathwing, you just checked out that orc wand animation? WTF? Exactly, man. WTF. Yep, I made the mistake of rolling up an orc warlock once, got to level 5, put the wand on, had to re-roll an undead. Yep, it's crazy that that's in the game after 20 years, but there it is. Mm-hmm. And like, I googled it, and the internet doesn't really seem to know a lot about it. Like, I didn't find like a lot of people complaining about it. I don't know if like nobody plays female orc warlock, if that's just like the least played class race combination in all of Classic, so nobody cares about the wand animation. But man, I can't believe that people wouldn't be more upset about it, just because of how totally broken it is. I have been doing very bad at finding the gloom weed. I haven't seen any, but I'm sure I've ran by like several of them. It's so dark and wet and gloomy here. I can barely see anyway. It's a very, very like specific aesthetic, and it's working. Do I think WoW will do a complete reset, planet destroyed and start anew? I hope so. Yeah. I hope so. Or just planet destroyed and the end credits roll. You know, they just roll the end credits, and then they say coming soon, Classic Plus. A new beginning. Welcome home, boys. Yeah, something like that. But sure, let's start with destroying the planet. Sounds good. There's no worthwhile characters left on the planet, so we might as well blow it up. Robert, that was the death that when that character died, I played hardcore after that. But when that character died, I kind of lost a part of myself. That was when hardcore was kind of like dead inside my heart. Even though we played a bunch more after that. What's up with the wand animation? Go check it out. Go make yourself a female orc warlock. Get to level 5 and equip a wand and start wanding stuff, and you'll see. You'll get to experience the glory of quite possibly the best animation in the game. Is this tune going to be quest-oriented or dungeon-oriented? Oh, Hank. In Classic Era, every tune is quest-oriented. Yeah. You basically have to do every quest. As many quests as you can. You're going to do dungeons too, and that's going to be fun. But there is no automated LFG. You don't spam dungeons the way you do in Cataclysm. Every character in Classic Era is going to be very quest-oriented. Very, like, professions-oriented. It's going to be a slow roll. It's a completely different change of pace. You know, we're going to be crawling. We're going to be crawling through the levels, and it's going to feel good. They can just do a multiverse. They already have the multiverse. It's called different timelines. Yeah, they already have that. WoW has had multiple timelines for a long time now. So yeah, the easiest thing is just to move us to a different timeline. A timeline where the Titans never happened, where the Titans were never around. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't really care what they do. Oh god, don't die, don't die. Not like this, not like this. No, no, potion, potion. Oh, no potion. And this is why we're not playing hardcore. This is why I'm not playing hardcore. Because that's all it takes. It's just a moment of distraction. I took on a level 9 and I should not be fighting a level 9. And one moment of not paying attention got me killed. So, yeah. This is why we do non-hardcore. That one hurt, yeah. At least we're not too far from our body. We have so many quests and I feel like I've made 0 progress with any of them. We got the Putrid Task done. We need Darkhound Blood. We gotta go out and get the pumpkins. I can't find any Gloomweed. Like, my eyes just, my eyes don't see it. I can't find it. Supposedly it's all around us. But I'm just not finding any of it, so I don't know. Undead is dead, so are you double dead? Undead is undead. Undead is not dead. If undead were dead, then we would just be dead. But like you said, we are undead. And so as undead, we are undead. And therefore dead is dead. And undead is life. Yeah. There we go. Look, we're back to being undead. We have been undeadened. As you might say. Okay, so let's learn our oh god, let's learn the lesson. I want to learn my lesson. Don't kill me. I'll be good. Don't kill me again. No, no, not like this. Where's the road? I've gotten so far off the road. I'm totally dead again, aren't I? Oh god, he missed, he missed, he missed. Okay, that was the killing blow. Maybe we're gonna get away. Ooh, he missed the killing strike. Okay, we're gonna be fine. As long as we can drop out of combat, like, right now. Dude, guard guy. Hey, help us out, man. That guard guy did not help us. Okay, we dropped. Let's eat. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got a rebuff. Yeah, I don't really want to go any further that way. We're running into mobs that are simply too high of a level. Like, level 6 is good. We can do level 6. Level 8. Level 8 is really questionable. I don't even know if I want to be tackling this level 8. We could try it. Without Frost Nova, it's iffy. Okay, if I crank all my mana into him, we can do it. But it takes like half our mana. Let's come back towards town a little bit. I just passed Doomweed. Yes, I believe it. I can't see it. I don't see it. It looks like all the other ground clutter, and I don't really know what to do about it. With the rain and everything, it makes it like 100 times worse. So I don't know. Here we go. Here's one. Can I get to it safely? Safe-ish. These guys are tough. Here we go. This will be the last one that we need. And then if we turn that one in, that's going to give us a follow-up for something else. Yeah, I don't know what to do about these level 9 mobs. These level 9 mobs are just too much for us to deal with, and I keep getting surrounded by them no matter where I'm at. Like, everything here is basically level 9. I wonder if I'm about to leave here, and maybe we have to go... Oh my god, this is not the field to run through. I might have to leave here. I might have to go do some stuff in, like, the Valley of Trials or something. We might have to go to Durotar for a bit. See if we can do some lower level stuff to gain some levels, because everything here is like just outside of town. There's level 9s. It's set up really weird. I can't figure out the direction I'm supposed to go to stay in like the low level area. There doesn't seem to be a direction to go to do that. Every direction I go takes me to level 9 mobs. I'd like to get my last Darkhound blood. Maybe then we can turn a few of these in. That's not going to get us the level, but it'll get us closer. Brill is good? Yeah, I haven't been to Brill in a long time. Brill has been challenging so far. I don't mind the aesthetic because it's a very different vibe. But the mobs and stuff have been beating the crap out of me. My poor cloth armor can't take it. This might be a good linen farm, actually. If we wanted to kill these guys for a little bit. Could be an option. I'd like to get some of these quests done, though. Let's go see if we can come over here and find a couple more of the Dark Hounds. Preferably ones that are not level 9. Here we go. Well, he's not a Dark Hound. Okay. Alright, let's just go turn in the 2 that we have, then. Have I been to the farms? No, I haven't done the Pumpkin quest yet, or the Scarlet Warrior quest. I was trying to tackle them in level order, and I was trying to get this one done mainly, but I keep wandering into areas where the mobs are too strong. I don't know where they intend for me to find the lower level Darkhounds at. So far I haven't found any lower level Darkhounds. They've been level 8 Darkhounds surrounded by level 10 bats. It's been tough. It's tough out here in the glades for a young mage.
They'll all be mine in the end. This present.
Alright, now we're going after Doomweed. Forsaken get a bonus. They don't get full underwater breathing, but their breath bar goes down much more slowly than the other races. It's not infinite though, but it is very, very drastic. Maybe if we go southwest of town, maybe we'll find some dogs that are lower level. Like maybe somewhere over by the Zeppelin towers. Oh yeah, here we go. This guy's level 6. So if we want lower level Darkhounds, this area seems like where we want to be. Alright, there we go. Now I know. Let's make sure we take a moment to vendor some stuff. I'd like to do cooking, but there's no cooking trainer here, so apparently we can't cook until we go to Undercity. So I'm just gonna wait until we naturally head that way. Or we could just wait, we can learn cooking in Durotar, because we're gonna have to go to Durotar, if not before level 8, then around level 8. So I'm gonna keep a hold of the meat for now. Refreshing spring water I don't need. Forest mushroom caps I don't need.
What is it? Beware the living.
5 vile thin scales from Murlocs. Okay, I know where that one is. Let's go grind on those undead for a while out at the farm. And maybe we can level up tailoring a bit. Seemed like they were dropping some linen. There should be a dibs system on herbs. Yes, you can do like a chat macro. What did our old macro used to say, chat? I forgot what it said. I had a couple of like old chat macros. These are not the chat macros. Those are like paladin macros. I forgot what we had it say. It wasn't dibs. what it does is if you spam this, it confuses people. And then as you're competing with them for the node, you get the node because they don't know what you're saying. Tag, thank you, Amy. That's what it was. It was tag. Yeah, somebody told us that they had tagged it once. We ran into a random person in a cave, and I mined something near them, and then they lost it. And they were like, I tagged that. I had tagged that one. I'd already tagged it. And I was like, I didn't know that we could just tag things and make them our own. And so after that, I made a chat macro. So yeah, tag. Let's just pick a random icon. Slash say. Tag, I tag that. Let's save that. There we go. Okay, and then we need one more. We need one more. And that one says this is tag 2. And this one says it says what? You don't know about tag? There we go. And so now we can tag stuff, and then we can say, what, you don't know about tag? And for most people that'll pop, I have chat bubbles turned off, but most people will see that pop above my character. So as we run up to a node, we tag, and then what, you don't know about tag? And if you do that, like, people will stop. They'll run up to the node and they'll stop, and they'll try to figure out what you're saying to them, and while they're reading what you said, you swoop in and you grab the node. That's why it works. It doesn't work because people are respecting your tag. It works because people are taken aback that you're talking to them. They're like, oh no, someone's talking to me. What's going on? And they stop for a second, and then you click the node. And it does work. Yeah, it does work, because people get baffled. They're like, oh my god, someone spoke to me. Now, I don't think we're going to need these on this character, because we're not herbing, we're not mining. But if you're herbing and mining, it absolutely works. It confuses them for a crucial moment, yes. It makes them hesitate that one moment where they could beat you to the node, they stop and read instead. Yes. Certified to work at least 80% of the time. Yeah, there's going to be times when people have their chat bubbles off or people don't see /say, but 80% of the time, if you're competing with a node with somebody else, then this is going to work for you. It's been tried and tested. Well, yeah, exactly. And that's why 80%, because some people are not going to see your chat, care about your chat, read your chat, or anything. But 80% of the time, it does the job. Nothing is 100% in life, you know? There are no guarantees. Dante, happy Monday, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well. He whispered him and said, I called dibs on that. He whispered back, said he called eternal dibs on every node in Durotar, so he wins. I mean, he got you there. You should have led with that. If you were going to whisper him, you should have led with what he said. You should have said, hey, by the way, earlier today, I actually called dibs on every node forever. And I know you didn't hear about this, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm letting you know now that I have dibs on nodes for eternity. Like, you should have led with that. That guy was smart. He got you. You got by that guy. You'd get the note and then put me on ignore for using the macro. I'm sure some people do exactly that, Eva. Yeah, I'm sure some people see that and be like, that's weird. And, you know, obviously they don't understand the inside nature of the joke. And so, yeah, they probably put me on ignore. I'm sure that's happened at least once. This only came about because someone else in the game told me that they had called tag on a node and that I was wrong for picking up a piece of copper that they had tagged already. And like, I had never known that tag was a thing, but you know, apparently tag is a thing. I didn't make up tag. I'm not smart enough to make up things like that. But yeah. Alright, no more Forsaken. You know what? The warriors that we have to kill for the quest, they might drop cloth too. Maybe we should head out to the pumpkin fields. Maybe we should be killing those guys. I think they'll be a little bit of a higher level maybe, so maybe they'll have a better chance to drop linen. These guys are dropping a little bit, but it's not a ton. Yeah, let's keep going out to the west. Basically, as soon as we hit level 8 and wrap up whatever we're doing at level 8, I want to head to Durotar and start questing out of Razor Hill. Well, Razor Hill and Sen'jin Village. I think we need to go down to Sen'jin Village first. I have to say, I'm kind of looking forward to the Durotar vibes, and the Barrens I'm really looking forward to. This was a good idea to give us a big visual change from all the Alliance stuff we've been doing recently. This area reminds you of Seattle. Cloudy and rainy all the time. Yeah, Michigan's like this sometimes too. Very, very dreary. And it doesn't always rain here, but it's been raining basically the entire time that I've been on. A lot of times you'll see the weather change. The weather has been very content to keep raining on us. Wolfstrom, welcome to the stream, man. Good evening to you. Things are good. Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, I will always complain about my weather, thank you very much. Yeah, my weather is either way too hot, or it's way too cold, or it's cloudy, or it's rainy, or it's snow. I will always complain about my weather, thank you. That is my God-given right. To complain about whatever weather conditions I find unfavorable. Today, it's a little bit too hot. It's a little bit too hot for June, so that's my complaint for today. Other than that, beautiful day. It's so weird that there's no gathering animation for the pumpkins. We just kind of stand there and stare at it. Do I remember what flying cost in Cataclysm? There's a few different ranks of flying. I think that the first flying you get at 60, was it like 250 or 300? I feel like it was something like semi-reasonable, somewhere around 200 or 300 I thought. And then you have cold weather flying, which I think was like 400, 450 for me, something like that. It wasn't nothing, but it also seemed like it was within reason for most characters. Yeah, well, it's not in the thousands. Yeah. It's not in the thousands. Neither regular flying or cold weather flying, neither of them is in the thousands, so you should be good. Yeah, the epic one is expensive, that's right. Yeah, the epic one, if you want the fastest flying possible, then it's like 4,500. But if you just want to fly, it's in the hundreds. Ghost Casta, that's the dream, man. That is the dream. That's what I want to. Oh noes, I am out of coffee. We are going to have a coffee break soon. I think when I get on the Zep, once we get over to Durotar, maybe we'll take a little break in Ogrimmar and I can refill my coffee. We're going to be heading that way pretty soon. How many characters do I have? 2,736.5. Yes, I think that's right. Do I want to kill the Murlocs right now? I don't. I don't want to be fighting these Murlocs right now. We're going to fight these Murlocs later. Once we come back from doing some Durotar stuff and we have a couple of levels on them, then we'll fight these Murlocs. Because right now, these Murlocs are just going to cause me trouble. Trouble and heartache. And I don't want any part of it right now. Let's go back to picking pumpkins. As one does. Yeah, we'll tackle them on the second trip back to Tirisfal. Daga, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Is this my full-time job? Yes. This is what I do for a living. Yep, I typically stream about 5 or 6 hours a day. I record for 1 hour a day. I do that 5 or 6 days a week. So yes, you would have to call this my job. You would have to call this what I do for a living. Absolutely. Yep. It takes up about 7 hours of my day every day, 5 or 6 days a week. And thankfully, I love it. One good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so if we head back now, we have 2 quests to turn in. I don't think that's going to get us level 8. It's going to leave us pretty close. Is there anything else we can do that wouldn't be like way out of our level range? Or do we just want to head to Durotar a little bit early? I think we should maybe go to Durotar a little bit early. Also, bags are full. Let's pop the scroll. Let's get our Hearthstone out to the bar. Let's go back to Brill. Yeah, to be fair, I loved the job I had before this too, but they fired me one day. And after spending 10 years at a corporation and giving it my heart and soul and really loving it and just getting fired randomly, I decided I was never going to go back to that kind of life. And that eventually, with a lot of effort and, you know, people to be there for me in my corner when I really needed them, I was able to get to where I am now. So, yeah. I will grab these quests just so we have them in the quest log. And then there's the quest. Oh, the quest upstairs. The Bat Pelt quest. We can probably do that one. That one might get us to level 8. Yeah, 5 Duskbat Pelts. And Coarse Thread. Lael, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Hope you are doing well today. Do I stream on Twitch? No, I only stream here. The channel was around for like 5 years before I even started streaming. I've been streaming for 2 years. The channel's been around for like 6 years. I think it'll be 7 years this February. And then we started playing Classic back in 2019, but I didn't start streaming till 2 years ago, so I don't stream on Twitch. I don't have an interest in Twitch. I don't really like the ecosystem on Twitch, etc. I am happy to be exactly where I'm at, and this is where people knew me from all the recorded content and the years that we only did that. Let's see, 3 Scarlet Zealots, 3 Scarlet Missionaries. And then we have Proof of Demise. This one's going to be for rings, 10 Scarlet Insignia rings. All the add-ons are listed in the stream description. That one is Dialogue UI. What did I do before streaming? I was a corporate training developer, so half the year I created training materials and the other half of the year I led classrooms. So it was half development, half classroom teaching. And back then we did everything in person. So I had about 7 years of classroom facilitation experience and development experience. That was what I did before this. Amy, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. This one's in the basement. Yeah, this is the basement quest. We have to go. Unfortunately, as a member of the Horde, we have to do some heinous things. And the first heinous thing we're going to do is poison this guy down in the basement. I don't like this quest, but a Forsaken does what a Forsaken must do. What do I enjoy most of this? I enjoy every part of this. The best thing about streaming is just being able to hang out with you guys. You know, we did recorded stuff for a long time, and the recorded stuff was great. But being able to actually hang out, have conversations, get your guys' input live while I'm playing and not afterwards in a YouTube comment, like that's the best part. Feeling like we're actually on the adventure together. Okay, one innocent person murdered. What's next? Let's... Oh, we could go after the Doomweed. That's level 6. Maybe we should do that. I feel like that gets us right into killing the Grave Robbers, though, and I don't know if I want to do that one yet. So maybe we should just go after the Bats. Let's go after the Bats. Let's see if that can get us to level 8 so we can get out of here for a bit. Is it worth it going from a bow to a gun for the sake of 1.6 DPS? Ah, that depends. Do you have guns trained? If you have guns trained, then yeah, probably. I would say any increase in DPS is worth it, as long as you have the weapon skill. You might have to skill it up for a bit, but then again, you're going to have to skill it up eventually anyway. My inventory is full. Okay, we're really close to town. Let's run back and sell. I didn't sell, and that was bad of me. We also have a piece of cloth armor here that looks like it might be an upgrade, even though it's technically trash, so we'll go ahead and put that on. Anything else? Doesn't look like we have anything else we can use. I'm still hanging on to this meat in the hope that one day we can actually cook it. Maybe that'll happen soon. When do we get Blink? I don't know. Not for a while, I don't think. We get Frost Nova around level 10, I thought. Maybe we get Blink around level like 16 or so. I haven't played a Classic Arrow Mage in a long time. It has been a while. Blink at 20. Yeah, Blink at 20. That makes sense. The last mage I played was a hardcore mage that died at level 20. So unfortunately that mage never even got Blink. It's very sad. There we go. That is level 8. Oh my god, we keep getting jumped by these guys. You really don't want to get jumped as a mage. You're at a severe disadvantage, especially right now. We don't have a way to stop incoming damage. We don't have a way to get away from them. Until you get Frost Nova, it sucks to be back attacked. I should probably roll my camera out a bit, but I'm not going to. Part of me wants to finish this quest, because otherwise, with the Vile Fin scale, I'm actually going to drop that. I don't want to be carrying that right now. We'll farm it up later. Otherwise, it's going to sit in my inventory the entire time I'm over in Durotar, and it's just going to sit there and take up a slot. Kind of feeling the same with this quest. I'm kind of feeling like I just want to get out of here for now. So, yep, I'm gonna get out of here for now. We're gonna take our level 8s and we are gonna go over to Durotar and we'll worry about the questing here later. We could grind down here until we see the Zeppelin, though. I don't know if the Zeppelin just left. It looks like maybe it just left, so we might be in for a little bit of a wait, actually. Let's just try to fight some stuff nearby to occupy the time. This one right here, is this the Gromgol Zep? That's Gromgol, right? That's not Ogrimmar. That's Org? You think so? We're facing it from the direction of Brill. You think the one on the right side is Ogrimmar? I'll go up and check it. I thought that side was Gromgol. And I thought the left side, as I was facing it from Brill, I thought this was Ogrimmar. I'm gonna go see. We should still have time to get up there. Oh? Well, yeah, you might be right. No! We can do it! We can do it! Yeah! Oh, wait. Are we going to the right place? I don't know. Hey, we made it. We're either going to end up in Gromgol or we're going to end up in Ogrimmar. Let's see. Oh, that was a close one. Portagoon, I appreciate that. Thanks for saying so, thanks for being here, and for hanging out with us. Well, we made it to the right zone. That makes me happy. So let's do a couple of basic things before we do anything else. Let's go into Ogrimmar. Let's grab the Ogrimmar flight point. We're not going to need that now, but we'll need it later. And if I wait till later, I'll forget to grab it. So we'll grab the flight point. I want to train cooking. And I want to train enchanting. So we should be able to do that here. It's nice to see a Horde playthrough. Feels like it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. That's why we're doing this. Just a big old palette cleanser. A palette cleanser from Cataclysm, a palette cleanser from the Alliance side contents. That is what we're doing. Let's get the flight point first. If I don't do it right away, I'm gonna forget. Alright, what can we do with tailoring? We made all the bolts. We can make some stuff. We need coarse thread. Let's buy a bunch of coarse thread and see what we can do.
What do you need? Go forth, victory.
We'll just make a bunch of belts right now for skill ups. We might be able to use some of this other stuff. I'm not going to worry about it too much until we can make green equipment. Once we can make greens, then we'll try to make some stuff for us to actually wear. But for now, I just need skill ups. We also need cooking. The cooking trainer should be nearby. Yeah, they're right across the way. We'll grab cooking, and then we'll go grab enchanting. And then we should be good. Can't think of anything else we need to do in Ogrimmar. We're level 8. Did we train level 8? I don't think we did. But we should have a trainer down in Razor Hill. We have to go up for cooking. Is backseating allowed? As long as you're not obnoxious and you're not wrong. So I don't mind when people try to backseat game, but really it always depends on the tone and if you're right or not. What happens a lot when people try to backseat game me is they give me information from a different era of the game, and they're completely wrong. Like, that's what happens a lot, and they're not, like, wrong out of, like, maliciousness, they're just wrong out of ignorance. And so I always caution people, like, if you want to try to backseat game, that's okay, but make sure you're right, make sure you know what version of the game that I'm actually playing, make sure you know the stuff that's actually going on in the version I'm playing, because I know most of it. So if you give me bad advice, I'm going to call you out on it. If you're just completely off base. Mm-hmm. Yeah, stuff like that's fine. And you're absolutely right. The mage trainer is not in Razor Hill. They're down in St. John Village. Yeah, stuff like that's fine. As long as you're right, you're fine. It's when people say stuff that's from a different version of the game and they're way off that it's just like, it gets to be just clutter, like information clutter. And then we put bad information out there for other people that might see the information, but they might not hear when I call out that it's wrong, etc. This guy has to be up top too. You know, so many things in Ogrimmar are up on that upper tier. He's got to be up there. It's been so long since I've had to do anything in Ogrimmar. Is Ogrimmar my favorite city? It's not. It's okay, but it's not my favorite city. What's my favorite city? Silvermoon. Silvermoon's the best city. Followed by Stormwind. Followed by Ironforge, because Ironforge is very simplistic and easy to navigate. Unfortunately, Silvermoon was never used for anything. So that's always been a bummer. Okay, we're getting closer. There was a ground floor entrance the entire time. There was definitely a ground floor entrance. Perfect. Okay, now I know where they're at least. You can tell that I've like hardly ever done enchanting. I don't know if I've ever done enchanting on the Horde side. Let's talk to this guy. I think that's everything we need to do here. Unless anybody can think of anything else. Oh, mage training. But we're going to do that in St. John Village. We're going to make a stop in Razor Hill. We're going to pick up everything in Razor Hill. Then we're going to head down to St. John, pick up everything in St. John, and then we're going to quest out of St. John first. So mage training can wait until then. And I think we've taken care of everything else. I feel like we're good. We got the flight point already, so yeah, we did that right away. That's already done. Fishing? We'll grab fishing down in Senjin Village also. There's a fishing trainer down there. We have to make sure we grab a fishing rod up in Razor Hill though, so... If I don't grab a fishing rod in Razor Hill, yell at me. Because yeah, we can do fishing. My bags are almost full. Yeah, oh that's right, we crafted all those belts and I never vendored them. Thank you. Speaking of the belts, we can go ahead and equip one of them. Might as well. Have I ever thought about dual streaming? I did it for like a week or two. I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. It's a big pain for me in how I schedule my streams, and it just wasn't really working out, and I have zero interest in Twitch. I have zero interest in being on Twitch. I have zero interest in it at all, and I just didn't feel like doing it. Yeah, it takes so long to grow on Twitch, and there's not a good reason for me to do it. Just didn't feel like it was worth it for my situation. Can only DE green stuff, so as soon as we're making green items or better, we can DE. White stuff we can't DE. The white stuff we're just gonna have to vendor if we can't use it. Is this a new server? I mean, it's new-ish. This is one of the anniversary realms. These spun up... When did these go online, guys? I forget when these went online. Was it like 6 months ago or so? It was a while back, but they're relatively new. As far as classic servers go. November. There you go. They spun up towards the end of November. Sometime in November. It was a while ago, but it's as new as it gets. For classic era realms, it's as new as it gets. Do I want to make this in my home? Yeah, why not? Let's make this in our home. We might be here for a little bit. Let's vendor all these belts. Keeping the Greater Magic Wand for level 13. We can sell the Charred Wolf Meat. We can sell the Malachite. And that should be it. We could probably start using some of the Troll's Blood Elixir on ourselves. We may want to buy some bags. Yeah, that's a good point. I was hoping we would get some to drop, but we haven't got any to drop yet, so I'll probably buy some. I'm going to buy 2 of them, and then I'm going to hope that we can just get some to drop.
What can I help you?
Those are trade supplies. I need like a general goods. General goods vendor is gonna have bags. It's a warlock trainer. General goods guy, was he back in the inn and I just didn't see him? I bet he was. Or you know, he's in here. He's in this little command building. Do I think they'll make the I'll make these... Oh, hold on. Let me read this again. Robert reads take 2. Do I think they'll make these anniversary TBC? Oh, you mean like a TBC era? Like a permanent TBC era realm? I don't know. I don't think so. It's hard to say what they'll do with it. Part of me doesn't think they will. I can see them doing it, but I can also see them not wanting to do it. The problem is like... Ooh, that was too many. Ooh, pain. That was too many. The problem is, you don't want to split the player base up too much. You don't want to... Like, how many eras do you guys want? How many ways do you want classic players to be split? Because we already have Classic Era, which stays in Classic Era. You know, we're going to have Progression Classic for at least the rest of Mist of Pandaria and probably a little time after that. And do we need to have Classic Era TBC Static Realms and Classic? Because if we have Classic Era TBC, the Wrath people are going to be up in arms if we don't also have Classic Era Wrath. So, like, how many different ways do you want to split Classic players? Damn it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, thank you. Apparently I can't talk and buy bags at the same time. I would almost rather they not bother keeping up a TBC Era realm. I wish they would just focus their efforts on Classic Plus. That's what I would really want to see. Like, all of their people just need to be, like, heads down making Classic Plus. I don't really care about having an Era realm. I don't want to play on an Era realm that's static. I love TBC. TBC is my favorite era. I don't want to play TBC forever necessarily. That's going to get boring. After we clear all the content on maybe 2 characters, that's going to get really boring. There's not going to be anything new. No new raids, no new gear, nothing new to go after. Like, that gets boring. I don't want it. Yeah, I mean, TBC is my favorite era. I have no interest in playing permanently on a realm that's never going to get more content. So what I really want them to do is they could just make Classic Plus. In the meantime, I'm fine with progression realms. I'm fine with them every couple years start up a new Classic Era realm and do a progression. You know, go Classic to TBC to Wrath and then reset. And I think people would be fine with that between now and when we get Classic Plus. Guys, mistakes were made, bags were bought, bags were vendored, bags were sold. Let's move on. Mistakes were made, and I'm sorry. I was given some gold, you know, so I'm being very irresponsible with my gifted gold, but I promise you it's going to be okay. We're past it now. We're going to be fine. Let's go up the watchtower and get that quest. Yeah, mistakes were made, but we're going to move on, and it's going to be okay. This is why we're not playing solo self-found hardcore. Because when I'm streaming, lots of mistakes happen. It's my gold. That's my gold. I'll spend it how I want. I don't want to spend my gold like an idiot, but I did. So, what can you do? Yeah, I think I have one more bag on the vendor. I'll buy it back. I'll replace the gray. I'll get rid of this 6 slot, and then I think we'll be fine. At that point, everything will have balanced back out. If I end up using all 4 bags that I paid for, then maybe it balances back out. Maybe I still lost some money somewhere, maybe, but. There we go. Yeah, no, wait. Okay, wait, there we go. Oh, how did I buy so many? Oh my god. Okay, so no matter what, I bought 1 too many. It's fine. I'll keep it, and I'll send it to my bank alt. How do you guys feel about that? Can we redeem this? Is there any way to redeem this whole bag situation? If I send these to my bank alt, will that be enough? If I put these in this character's bank, will that make everybody happy? Will that make everybody happy? I will put these in my bank, and we'll either use them on this character for the bank, or we'll send them to my bank alt that I don't have yet. So we'll figure something out, okay? It's GG. We got to re-roll it. Shit. I was worried about this. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we have to re-roll it. Whew, it was a good one. It was a good run. It was a good run. But yeah, I think that's it for this character. I think the bag mistake is just 1 mistake too many. No, I'm kidding. But I am gonna go AFK. I'm gonna get some coffee, and I'm gonna grab a quick snack, and then I'll be right back. I'll see you guys on the flip side. All right, we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. We needed to buy a fishing rod. Yeah, that was the last thing I think we needed to do that we hadn't done. Let's grab that. And then we are headed down to Senjin Village. We need buffs. We also need a copper rod. Oh. Oh, for enchanting. Okay. A copper rod. We're just going to buy that at the trade good vendor. We don't have to get that on the auction house. The vendor does sell it. Okay, cool. Do I need that before I can disenchant, or do I just need that when I'm actually enchanting? Because I'll probably do a bunch of disenchanting before I ever get to actually enchant stuff. Just for the enchanting part. Okay. So no rush to get it right now then. As long as I can disenchant in the meantime, we're good. Yeah, seeing that weapon skills are a thing. Yep, you gotta train them. You gotta level them up. Otherwise, you are SOL. I'm assuming you did a warrior, so you're gonna need every weapon skill. You're gonna need to train and level up everything. So yeah, start doing that early. As often as you can early, switch your weapon types around. Even if you get a weapon that kind of sucks, but it's a weapon type you have not skilled up. Yeah, do that. Keep them skilled up. It's supposed to be immersive. What? You don't find weapon skill immersive? Why would I assume you're a warrior? I don't know. What's my item level? It's over 9,000. Alright, let's see. We need 4 Durotar tiger furs. We need 4 intact Makura eyes and 8 vials of crawler mucus. We need to find Machina's skull. We need to kill Zalzane and kill 8 voodoo trolls and 8 hex trolls. And then we have a breadcrumb back to Razor Hill. We have a mage trainer right inside the tent here. Let's go ahead and train level 8 stuff. Arcane missiles and polymorph and frostbolt rank 2. Let's go ahead and replace rank 1 with rank 2. And we'll pull polymorph out. That could be really useful. Arcane missiles is fun. We don't really need it. It's pretty powerful early on. Don't know if we'll use it, but maybe we'll just cast it a few times for a visual change of pace. And then we have another quest out here somewhere to get centaur plans, or burn centaur plans. Do I have drowning items? All of my items are drowning, and I don't know why. I thought they knew how to swim, but it turns out they don't. And so they've all drowned, actually. It was very sad. Pretty sure the scorpion stingers are going to be used for a cooking recipe, so I'm going to hang on to these. And there's a recipe that should be for sale back in Razor Hill that we can buy. Alright, now for the funnest quest on the Horde side. The funnest quest of all, finding the Makuras. These guys. And then hoping they drop eyeballs, which they basically don't like to do. Can I show my items? I never show my items on a first date. Geez, get to know me a little. Now the good thing is, while I don't in fact have an underwater breathing potion on me, we are Forsaken. And as Forsaken, our breath bar decreases very, very slowly. So I can hang out down here for a while, and I don't have to worry about it. And while a breathing potion would be useful, I don't really need it. Because this is a long time. Even if I were to get rooted, even if I were to get frozen down here, like, this is an incredible amount of time. So we're good. This is like retail level of time that I can be underwater, you know? So it makes things like breathing potions kind of moot. It could be the best thing about being Forsaken in Classic Era. Yeah, we all know it. I can't drown. Exactly. Exactly. Cannibalize is awesome too. I always forget about Cannibalize. Thank you. I might use this sometimes. For whatever reason, everybody bottlenecks on these quests, and it always takes forever to get this one done. Has anybody else had that problem on Horde side? Like this quest in particular takes way too long to get done. I feel like there just aren't enough mobs. It doesn't matter like what server I'm on, it doesn't matter when I do it. Every time I approach this quest, I know it's going to take me forever to get it done. It's so weird for like a low-level quest. I've seen it. It took you a while too. Yeah, it always takes forever. The drop rate is pretty bad, and also the mob, there are not a lot of mobs. And there's always people here that they bottleneck on this, and they're running up and down the beach for like an hour. It's tough to get this one done. When it comes to getting into WoW and trying out WoW, I would basically always recommend that a person start by trying out Classic Era or going on the Anniversary Realms. The Anniversary Realms are where we're playing right now. And if you're new to WoW or you're coming back from a long break, I would always recommend that you try Classic Era first on the Anniversary Realms. See if you like that, and then you could try Cataclysm. They're both completely different games. Everything's different. The classes are different, the abilities are different, the leveling is different, the zones are completely different. In Cataclysm, all the zones were... well, we'll say they're remade. I won't say that they're ruined, because that's an opinion part. So factually, I'll say that all of the zones were remade in Cataclysm. So yeah, everything is different between this version of the game and Cataclysm Classic. It might as well be just two different games, you know? It's two different games that both happen to be World of Warcraft. Are we going to level Fire or Frost? We're going to level Frost. Frost gets really fun. Once you're freezing people in place and you're critting your frozen targets and all that stuff, that gets pretty fun. And Frost is just kind of the way to go. You can do Fire, but I think Fire is a lot more mana intensive. RDF or quest for leveling? This is classic era. Yeah, you don't. There is no RDF, and there is no dungeon grinding. Not as a way to level exclusively. In classic era, everybody does quests. You have to do quests, and in fact, you want to do like as many of the quests as you can. You don't even really want to miss quests. You don't even really want to skip quests. You want to do as many quests in as many zones as you can. We're going to be doing a lot of low-level zone hopping. We're going to be doing zone hopping the entire time. But yeah, in classic era, you have to quest. It's not optional. There is no RDF, and you'll do dungeons. A lot of times you'll do the same dungeon multiple times, but you don't dungeon grind in the way that you might in Cataclysm. Yeah, it's a different game. This game is all about the journey. It's a big open world RPG, and as part of that, you do a lot of stuff in the open world. You do lots of quests, you travel all around, you see lots of different zones, and then there are dungeons to do, and the dungeons have cool loot, and the dungeons are fun, and so you do dungeons as well. You just don't exclusively grind dungeons until your eyes bleed. Yeah, that's it. Just a different game. It's mandatory questing. It's not mandatory. Do you know why it's not mandatory? Because you can go play something else. And so it's absolutely not mandatory. Nothing in a video game is mandatory because you have the option to not play. Mob grinding can actually be good, especially if you're a mage. You can AoE grind, but mob grinding is something that you will sometimes do in Classic. You will mob grind in Classic sometimes. Sometimes you'll mob grind so you can get gold for your mount. Sometimes you'll mob grind because you kind of run out of quests to do in a certain level bracket, especially when you get up into like the 30s and 40s. There will be times when you will say, I'm going to go do some grinding. And if you're lucky, you can pair that grinding with things like cooking and other professions. But yeah, in Classic Era, there will be times when we'll go do some grinding. Whether it's for money or just plain out experience, but it'll usually be a mix of multiple things. In Cata, you don't mob grind, because there's no point. By Cataclysm, they started nerfing the kill XP. So by Cataclysm, there's really no point to ever mob grind, and by retail, you don't get any XP from kills, so you definitely don't mob grind there. Over time, they took away kill XP, basically, and kill XP got nerfed over time. Alright, so we got all the mucus. We need 2 more of the Makira eyes. This is the hard part of this quest. We've killed a bunch of them, but the drop rate has been really bad. Glenn, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here today. Hope you are doing well. There we go. That is 4 out of 4. We'll go turn this one in, and then I think we'll head out to the Echo Isles. And we'll try to do everything out there.
Greetings, man.
So out here we're looking for tigers, we need their furs, and we're looking for eggs. Little purple raptor eggs on the ground. And they're sometimes hard to find, sometimes hard to spot. And they're usually around the base of trees. We chose to level in Durotar instead of Tirisfal? No. We're leveling in both. In Classic Era, you kind of have to do at least 2 of the starting zones. Unless you want to get way behind the leveling curve as you go. We started in Tirisfal. We're going to do some stuff in Durotar. And eventually we'll go back and we'll finish up Tirisfal. And then we'll come back and finish up Durotar. Because yeah, in Classic Era you have to do a lot of zone hopping if you want to stay like at the level curve. We really don't want to run in the same direction as this player, so unless we can get ahead of them, we might have to peel off. There really aren't enough tigers, and there really aren't enough eggs to compete with somebody out here if we're running in tandem with them. Yeah, there's lots of people over here already. Okay. We may go in the other direction. Let's head over to this big island over here. It might be just as populated, but let's give that a shot and see if we can find tigers and eggs over that way. Yeah, the level cap is 60, and it takes about 200 hours to get to level 60. There we go. That's one tiger. Now, will it drop a fur? Yet to be seen. But we've been getting really lucky with the eggs. Usually the eggs are even harder to find. When I play every day, do I sometimes dream of WoW? No. That used to happen to me in my 20s when I would play way too much right before bed, but no. I play during the day and then I have many, many hours of activity that do not involve WoW before I sleep. Even if I play for 6 hours during the day, it's like, you know, it's in the middle of the day. I used to have dreams like back in my 20s when I would play too close to bedtime and I'd play all day. I'd have dreams where I was just like running through the world. You ever have dreams where you're just traveling? You never get anywhere, you never accomplish anything, but I would dream of like running through the world. Like endlessly running and never getting anywhere. It was kind of actually like more like nightmares than anything else. Why don't I play at max level? I do play at max level in different versions of the game. We've done lots of max level content recently in SOD. We've done lots of max level content recently in Cataclysm. Right now I'm playing a low level mage. So yeah, I do lots of different stuff on the channel. In vanilla era, I don't care about the endgame. I'm not interested in vanilla endgame. These characters are going to be going into endgame once we go into the Burning Crusade. But before Burning Crusade, the anniversary characters probably won't be doing a lot of endgame. Gacho, you're so far out of the loop on WoW, man. Like, I'd love to talk WoW with you, but like, you're so far out of the loop on WoW, you make it hard. Like, I can't correct every single misunderstanding you have. I can't spend all my time doing that. I'd love to talk to you about WoW, dude. I'm not trying to be rude, but you're so far, you're stuck in like you're stuck in a point in history, probably when you played last, and like we're not anywhere near that. It just makes it hard. Yeah, you got some learnings to do. If you stick around, you'll learn stuff naturally. But I can't correct every single misunderstanding about the game you seem to have. I can't do it. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I just want, when I stop responding to everything you say, I just want you to know why. You seem to be stuck in a time loop, like back from like 2015 or something. I don't know. But yeah, if you stick around, you'll learn more about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and if not, then I wish you the best. Have I played on EU realms before? Not a lot until recently. Just recently, in the past couple months, I started moving all my stuff over to EU. We dabbled a little bit on EU when the anniversary realms first came out. But then, stupidly, I went back to the US servers for a while. And it's been the past couple months, starting with Season of Discovery, that I started to move all my content over to the EU realms. Do I feel any difference between the EU and US servers? No, not really. The reasons I came to EU was for timing and scheduling. So as you can see, I play during the afternoon in my time. For me right now, it's like 3:30 in the afternoon, and I'd like to raid. But you can't raid on US servers at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody's raiding. So I'm playing on EU servers to make the social aspects of the game actually fit my schedule. It's got nothing to do with the people. It's got nothing to do with the region. It has everything to do with the time. It has everything to do with the scheduling and that stuff. And that's it. I mean, WoW players are WoW players. they seem to be WoW players, whether they're in the EU or whether they're in the United States. Like, that kind of stuff, as far as like how does the community feel, it feels almost the same. Like, so yeah, it's basically the same. I don't notice a difference. There's not a big change in like the vernacular or how people refer to things. You know, it's very much the same. How about latency? I don't have latency because I have internet that is modern internet. And if you have modern internet and it's halfway decent, you're not going to have latency. Yeah, we're at 113 ms. Back in 2006, like with the best internet that I could afford, I was getting like 250 ms on the stateside servers, and that was considered really good for the time. Like, people have weird comprehension of how like millisecond lag works with current modern day internet. You can definitely connect to an EU server from the States and there's not going to be any lag. It's been that way for about a decade. Well, like I said, I started that statement with, I have good internet. That was why I started the statement by talking about having modern internet. That was the important part. I said, I have modern internet. And now, if you're somewhere that doesn't have modern internet, you're going to have a hard time no matter what. And in that case, I wonder, why would you bother asking me? You know you're going to have a terrible time no matter what. So what does my experience matter? I'm clearly on a different type of infrastructure than you are, so I don't really understand, like, why even ask me? It's kind of weird, you know, like, that's why I said in the beginning, if you have modern internet, because I understand that not everyone does. There are even people in here in the States who live in rural areas, and they might not have what I would call modern internet. But yes, it's weird to seek information from someone who's in a completely different situation than you, because that information is going to be completely useless. Now, I'm going to tell you the game runs great, it works fine, but you know that for you it's not going to, so my information is pointless. It's just now we've exchanged a bunch of pointless words for no reason. I like it though. Good for you. Well, good for you. It is good for me. I'm sorry. Sorry your internet sucks. I'll call your local infrastructure and I'll tell them to get right on making that better for you. I'm sure they'll listen to me. Alright, we're gonna move on from the cats for now. We need 2 more furs. We're not having a lot of luck. Let's head over to the main island and let's start killing trolls. Let's go after Machina Skull. Let's kill Zalazane and get all that stuff taken care of. And then after we do all that, then we'll worry about getting the last couple of cats that we need, see if we can get them to drop their furs. We got 2 out of 4. And I'm noticing that that little island has become kind of a high traffic area for other players. Hey Reggie, guess what? You don't have decent internet. Your ISP is lying to you. And your internet is actually crummy. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope you're not paying a lot for it. I think I pay about $1.50 for my internet. And I get gig download and like half a gig up. It's supposed to be a full gig up, but it never speed tests as a full gig up. It always speed tests around half a gig up and almost an entire gig down. Let's sheep this guy. I don't want to take on two of these guys at once. Oh, you got Verizon? Man, you don't... That's not real internet, man. If you have internet from people that are actually a phone company, that's not real internet. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, they are lying. They sold you a bill of goods that was not accurate. They are absolutely lying to you. Yeah. I'm sorry that happened. But yeah, Verizon, not a real internet company. Verizon would be good as like a backup internet, like if you needed like a backup Wi-Fi option, that'd be good, but yeah, that's not gonna do it for like your main internet. The live action How to Train Your Dragon was really good, Esme. I heard that it did well on Rotten Tomatoes. We still haven't seen it yet. We might go see it this weekend, I don't know. I heard it's like a one-to-one recreation of the animated movie, but people still like it anyway, so that's cool. At least they didn't have to reinvent the wheel, and it's been a long time since I saw the original, so maybe it'll still be relatively fresh for me. Ooh, that was a big heal. A big old vanilla heal. Oh, I didn't know that. It's some of the same people that worked on the first one. They're also working on the remake. Well, that's good. That's probably why it stayed true to the original source material. It'll be cool to see how they handle the sequels. And if they decide to make any changes in the sequels. How was leveling up in a group in Classic? It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I used to do a lot of leveling groups with my friend back in the day. Back when I had friends. And back when one of those friends played WoW. we rolled all kinds of characters together. It was a blast. You can do some really fun class combinations, and like in Classic era, being in a group lets you get away with some really crazy stuff. We would just see like how much can we pull, how much can we handle. And in Classic era, being able to pull big is a big deal, because a lot of times you can't. But yeah, we had a lot of fun doing different class combinations. Some of the most fun were Druid Shaman was really fun on the Horde side. And then obviously Warrior Paladin was always a blast on the Alliance side. This seems like a bad situation. I don't know how I'm going to get myself out of this one. I'm not going to get myself out of this one. Unless somebody helps me, which is what's happening. Okay, we might live. He broke my sheep, which really sucks for me. I really wish he hadn't messed with my sheep. Okay, let's pop the potion. Alright, we're okay. That was really close. Ooh, he helped us, but he also almost killed us. But I appreciate the save, though. We were probably done without that save. Unfortunately, we're not going to get Zalazane this time around. Well, let's go up here and we'll loot... Did we loot the skull? We looted the skull, so we're good there. Now we're just waiting for Zalazane. Unless this guy wants to actually, like, invite me to a group so I can help out with this. No, he does not want to invite me to a group. I'll help out anyway. Why not? The sooner we kill him, the sooner he'll respawn. Oh my gosh, that was a brilliant time to level up. I planned that, obviously. That was all planned. Not a coincidence at all. Do I ever think Blizzard will combine Classic with Retail? No. Nope. They're two different games. Their characters, their collections, their transmog, their mounts, all of that stuff will always remain two different games. It'll never be joined into one game. It's just not gonna happen. The whole point is that they're two separate games. That's kind of by design, you know? We were saved by the ding, yeah, we would have we would have died. I think we might not have died, but we were gonna have problems, okay? We were gonna have problems. Oh my god, that heal is so painful. Mike, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. This is so weird. Usually Zalazane respawns instantly. I don't think I've ever had to wait for him more than like 10 seconds. There he is. All I had to do was talk about it. Now we're way too close. I did not want to start combat this close. But here we are. Very nice. Alright, so what are we looking for now? We need a couple more Hex Trolls, and then we need our last 2 Tiger Furs. And then we'll be good with the Echo Isles. One second, guys. Am I ready for Rage Fire? No. Yes, that is the good thing about being on the Horde side, though. We're going to have so much better access to dungeons. It's going to be so much easier to do dungeons, period, and we get to start doing dungeons earlier than we would on the Alliance. That's the amazing thing about Horde side. Horde side flight points are better. Horde side travel options are better. Horde side world navigation is better. Horde side dungeon locations are better. Yeah, there's like a lot of good things about Horde side. And it's the price you pay for not having it. You don't have any pretty races, but you have a lot of convenience. And I feel like that was intentional. I always enjoy dungeons a lot more on the Horde side than I do on the Alliance side. Just because A, they're easier to get to, and B, you get access to a couple of them. Like, think about it. Ragefire, Wailing Caverns, Shadowfang Keep. Ragefire you can't do as Alliance, you just can't do it. Wailing Caverns is a huge pain in the ass to get to at level 18 on Alliance side. It's like it's hard to get to. It's a huge pain. And then Shadowfang Keep. Shadowfang Keep is another one. Huge pain to get to at level 25. Like, it just, as Alliance, it's hard to get to it. As Horde side, all of these things are really close to existing flight points. Really short travel times, really easy to do a run. So yeah, that's going to be good. Think about Scarlet Monastery. Think about the fact that Scarlet Monastery is like 10 feet from the Undercity. Like, it's going to be so easy to run these dungeons. It's going to be so easy to do the travel. Yeah, they make it really easy on Horde side. I like Blood Elf too. Yeah, Blood Elf, best race. Can't play a Blood Elf right now. No Blood Elves in the game. So yeah, but here we are anyway. And one day we'll have Blood Elves. That's the good part. One day there will be Blood Elves. Yeah, all travel is easier on Horde side. Think about Stranglethorn. In Stranglethorn, the Horde has not one, but 2 flight points. You have Gromgul Base Camp. And remember, you can get to Gromgul from the Zeppelin in Ogrimmar or Undercity. So no matter what continent you're on, you have really easy access to Stranglethorn. And then once you're in Stranglethorn, you have a flight point at Gromgul and Booty Bay. Whereas on the Alliance side, you have a flight point in Booty Bay, and that's it. And your closest flight point besides that is Darkshire, which is not close. Yeah, all the travel on the Horde side is better. Oh, look at the sky. Oh, it's getting dark. It's been forever since I've played in Durotar with the nighttime skybox. When are we going to get the full nighttime skybox? It's 9:30 right now. Server time. I think the full nighttime skybox should be in effect by 10 o'clock server time. It's really nice to be able to see the skyboxes in the sunset and the nighttime hours. It's like playing on the US realms, I only ever see them during the middle of the day. Okay, so we need tigers. What is my best bet for tigers? We could keep circling this island, or we can go out to one of the little islands and check. Yeah, it's such a pain to do SFK on Alliance, or Wailing Caverns on Alliance, that you typically do them once, maybe twice with the same group if it was a good run, and then you never do them again. Whereas on the Horde side, I mean, you can go down to the Sepulchre, you start questing out of the Sepulchre at level 11 and 12. So right away, you have the flight point that gets you closest to SFK. you have the flight points long before you actually need to get to the dungeons. And it just makes it all super convenient. Well, we're finding lots of tigers, but they're not dropping lots of furs. Why the first fireball, then frostbolt? Because of the distance? Yes. You nailed it. I can cast fireball from much farther away. So a lot of times I'll cast 1 or 2 fireballs before I can cast my frostbolt. If I have range, like right here, I don't have range. So, oh, I do have range, yeah. Anytime I have the range, I'll typically go fireball first, for right now. Eventually, once we're deeper into frost spec, I probably won't fireball as much. But for like the first 15, 20 levels, I'll probably still be working fireball in, for that exact reason. Did the Pallet get to 85? No, not yet. No, it was time for me to have a break. I was probably past the point where I needed to have a palate cleanser from Cataclysm, so a couple of things happened that made that really obvious. So they're just chilling. I'll get back to them eventually. Not in a big rush, though. Shaman's gonna be my main for Cataclysm, or for Mist of Pandaria. And yeah, we're good. We're gonna do a monk in pre-patch and see if that's any fun. But other than that, I have the Shami ready to go. There we go, that's 4 out of 4, so we're done with everything out here. Let's head back. We'll turn these in. Maybe we'll do a little bit of fishing. I meant to learn fishing. We can learn fishing right over here on the beach. So we'll turn all the quests in, then maybe we'll work on that for a bit. Am I gonna raid in Cata before MOP? No, absolutely not. No, the plan was always to just go into MOP. I'm not gonna do anything else in Cataclysm. I didn't have an interest in doing all that content again. All that content was content that I did a bunch back in the day with my old guild. We raided the crap out of Cataclysm, and I had no interest in doing all that stuff again. Mist of Pandaria, I took a break from the game. So I got my character to Endgame and I was like, nah, I need a break. So I actually took a break until the very end of MOP, and I came back for Draenor. So all the MOP raids, all the MOP 5-mans, all that stuff, all of the raids are going to be new to me. So that's why I'm looking forward to MOP raiding when I couldn't have cared less about raiding again in Cataclysm. I still had all those memories. I remembered all the struggles of all the boss fights, all the times that people took trying to learn the mechanics, and yeah, I just didn't want to do all that stuff again. It was not interesting to me. Tim, welcome to the stream, man. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for being here. Am I gonna make a guild? Oh no. No. I have a guild for MOP. I have a raid spot already for MOP on my shaman. I am in an actual guild that all they care about is playing the game. I will never again make the mistake of having a guild that has anything to do with me or anything to do with the channel. I just want to play the game with people that are just playing the game. And yep, I already have all that stuff set up, thankfully. Am I bi-factional? Always. Alright, we have a fishing rod. Let's whip that out. Boop. And let's just do a little bit of fishing. We've been at it for a little while. We've been grinding these quests. Do a little evening time fishing as the sun sets behind the mountains here. And we'll just chill for a couple minutes. Did that happen already? Did what happen? Me getting a raid spot? Yeah, it happened, but it's not a big deal. I've only talked about it a couple times. Yeah, I haven't talked about it much, but yeah, we already have our raid spot for mobs, so I don't have to worry. As long as I don't fail completely, I don't have to worry about who I'm raiding with. All that stuff is sorted out. So we are good to go. Why can't WoW get new players? Because old game is old and complicated. Yeah, retail's had content piled on top of it for the past 20 years. So the game is just like, it's too much for most new players to understand what the heck they're even supposed to do. And really, there's nothing really appealing about it. The leveling process sucks. And the leveling process is the first thing that new players get into. The very first and only content that most new players see is the leveling. And when the leveling is really lame, that's not going to bring in a lot of new players. When there's absolutely no real gameplay to how you level up your character, when it's like an afterthought, but when as a new player that's really all you get to see at first, it's not going to hold on to any new players. Yeah. If they pushed more new players into Classic, more new players would probably stick on Classic. Because Classic is easy to learn, Classic has a worthwhile leveling journey that you can actually feel like you're playing a video game while you're leveling up. But yeah, it's probably really hard to get into retail WoW. It's hard for returning players to get into retail WoW. You know, there are people who played up to Legion, and they come back and they can't even get into it. It's just too much garbage, too much fluff. Too much fluff, not enough gameplay at the entry level. Not enough meaningful gameplay at the entry level. But what do I know? I'm not a retail player, so I don't know. See, now you need my help to kill a stupid goblin? If you're talking about Darkclaw, you're gonna have to wait. You're either gonna have to kill him yourself, or you're gonna have to wait. That's like a level 13 quest. I'll be there eventually, but I'm not there yet. I'm assuming you're talking about Fizzle Darkclaw down in the canyons. Yeah, he's a pain. He's got all those warlocks around him. The warlocks have pets. That's a place where like many hardcore characters have died there. I've lost a few hardcore characters there. Yeah, he's a tough one. Come back later. Don't worry about it right now. Go do something else. Yeah, if you're trying to take it on at level with it, you're never gonna get it when you're at level with it. To do that kind of quest solo, you're gonna want to be like 2 or 3 levels above the quest. Otherwise, it's never gonna happen. That's a really tough area. Mista Pandaria is an okay jumping in point. The game is still like the game is still very much like retail at that point, kind of. When it comes to like leveling up and stuff, you're gonna level up really fast, and you're gonna focus most of your efforts on endgame content. By Mista Pandaria. So I would say come back into MoP if you're interested in endgame content. If the idea of like heroic dungeons, heroic plus dungeons, and raids, if that kind of stuff is interesting to you, then I would say Mista Pandaria is a good point to jump back in. If all you want to do is level up characters in Azeroth, I would say you probably just want to come play on the Anniversary Realms, which will be going into TBC next year. So it depends on what you want out of the game, you know? But yeah, Mista Pandaria is going to have heroics, they're going to have harder heroics, they're going to have like what I call heroic plus. They come up with fancy names for these things, but I just call it heroic plus and heroic plus plus. So they're going to have that kind of content if you're in for like difficult endgame content. No Raid Finder though. Raid Finder they're not putting into the game. They're doing the harder 5-mans instead. So we're gonna have to find out where I can get a recipe for this. Slither skin mackerel. Yeah, I need to find the recipe to cook slither skin mackerel. We don't seem to be catching the fish that I'm used to. Like the brilliant small fish, the longjaw mud snappers. I wonder if those are like Alliance specific? Or, you know, if it's like Eastern Kingdom specific. Because yeah, I'm catching these. And I don't know what level those are, or when we can cook them, or where to get the recipes. Maybe somebody in Ogrimmar has them. Cyberchild, I appreciate you hitting that like button. That is very kind of you, very considerate. And on that note, yeah, if you guys are having a good time and you want to take a second to click the thumbs up, that actually really helps out the channel. If you have YouTube content creators, and especially when they're a small or a medium channel like this one is, hitting the like button really helps us out a lot. If you want your favorite creators to be doing this in 5 years, 10 years from now, then liking a bunch of their videos and VODs is the best way that you can help them achieve that. Because it really does play into the algorithm. The amount of views compared to the amount of likes really plays into the algorithm when it decides whether or not it's going to show new people the content. So basically every time you hit like, you're helping a creator grow their community. You know, you're allowing us to bring more people into the fold. So I really appreciate those of you who take the time to click that little thumbs up. It doesn't always occur to you while you're watching a stream to do that, whereas like if you watch a regular YouTube video, it's like, oh yeah, I'll like the video. But like I think a lot of people hang out with streams and they hang out with the stream, maybe they're active in chat, maybe they're not, but they don't think like, oh yeah, just like other things, like there's a like button here and I can click it. It's kind of like not as easy to think about during a stream. Do I still play retail from time to time? No, not recently. Not since I stopped playing the Warlock. I'm done trying to get into retail. I'm done trying to find a way to play a game that actually lets me enjoy it when that's not inherently built into the game. Like, I keep trying to make myself like something that I just don't like. And like, the burden should not be on me to find a way to enjoy it. The game is either enjoyable or not. And the fact of the matter is I don't have fun with it. So yeah, I'm done. I might go back and try Legion Remix when Legion Remix comes out. That might be enjoyable as like a one-off little experience, but I'm done with retail. Until they finish the World Soul Saga, I don't think I'm gonna bother buying their expansions. I have no interest in playing in Midnight. I have no interest in playing during Last Titan. When they do their big reboot, when they remake the world or they do whatever they're gonna do after Last Titan, then maybe I'll buy that X-Pack and check it out. But I think I'm done giving them my money. In the meantime, I'll just play Classic and whatever experiments they come up with for Classic. How does the population feel on Thunderstrike? It feels pretty good. I obviously this character's only level 9, so it's hard to say. I think there are more players on the Alliance side than the Horde side, I believe. I think it's, I don't know if it's 60-40 or if it's like 70-30. But we've seen plenty of people. We've had competition for quests, and so if I have competition for quests, then I think that's enough people. I feel pretty good. Orgrimmar's full, that's always a good indicator. Yeah, it's popping. I do think there are more Alliance players on this server, but there's not a server in the EU where there's more Hordes, so like I think people in the EU, they just don't play Horde a lot. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know anything about the US realms. I haven't played on the US realms in a bit. Haven't even logged into them. In fact, I need to cancel my US account. I still haven't done that. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the same though. I'm assuming that if these realms are populated in the EU, that the US realms are going to be much the same. I would say you're probably not going to have a problem finding people to play with, regardless of what region you're in, you know? Oh, look at that. We can get these canvas scraps from the centaur. I think I've only ever done that quest by killing the humans. And I don't think I ever realized we can get it down here too. We have to get into this place. Let's go ahead and we'll polymorph this guy so I can go burn the attack plans really fast. There we go. No flight path to Razor Hill? No. CNET. Here, don't be offended by this question. How much of Classic Era have you played? Because I honestly don't know. I don't know anything about your history with Classic Era. Classic Era is very different from Cata. So yeah, there's no flight points, there's no Razor Hill flight point, there's no Sen'jin flight point. You've played 0 Classic Era on the Horde side. Oh, you're in for a good time then, man. That's awesome. I'm so jealous of you. You have content in WoW in Classic WoW that you haven't seen. I'm very jealous of that. That's very cool. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be fun for you. You should take your time. Like, don't rush. But yeah, just like how there's not a flight point in Goldshire in Classic, there's not a flight point in Razor Hill. There's gonna be much less flight points than what you're used to. Yeah, if you're mainly used to Cataclysm questing, then it's going to be very, very different. Is this another game of WoW? Oh my god, yeah. Man, WoW has such an identity problem. Why don't they get their PR people on this problem? Like, they have good YouTube people and they have good social media people. Why are they not making really quick hits to try to explain to people like the different versions of the game, what they're about, and how to access them? Because man, they just have Blizzard has a problem. Like, nobody understands how many versions of the game there are. The average WoW player doesn't know any other version except the one that they happen to be playing. And there's all these misunderstandings. It's so crazy. And you'd think they'd want to do something to make it a little bit more transparent or to like inform people of all of their options. It's nuts. Yeah, this is Classic Era Anniversary. So this is the 1 to 60 game right now, which is completely a different game than Cataclysm, which is what we were playing last week, the week before, the week before that. An entirely different game. The classes are all different, the mechanics are different, the systems are different, the zones are different, the questing is different. Oh yeah, it's a different beast entirely. My buffs! Thank you, I appreciate that. Yep, I need buffs. What's my favorite expansion? The Burning Crusade. Your friend recently came back. You had to explain the different versions to him several times before he totally got it. Yeah. I have to do a lot of that same type of explaining, like very often. I need to make a video about it. If I made a video about it, then I can just point people to the video. I can probably make the video just off the top of my head. I probably wouldn't even have to script anything out for it to be coherent. I could probably talk about each version, starting with Classic Anniversary and just like going through it a little bit. I feel like a video just explaining a little bit about the version, explaining a little bit about like what's good about the version, and how to access it could be really helpful. Could be really helpful for people, and then I don't have to talk about it as much on stream. I can just point people to the video when they have questions. Because I'm sure for some people it gets tiring probably hearing me explain the same things over and over again. Kalash, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us. CNET, stop it, stop it. I do have a video for that, yeah. That one I do, that's the only thing I do have a video explaining. I need to do more stuff like that where I'll start recording and then I just talk for a little bit and I put it up as a clip. To be fair though, the free trial for retail is kind of pointless. It gets you to level 20. In retail, you can get to level 20 in like an hour. It's kind of pointless. Yeah, the problem is like level 20 in Classic era, that's like 25 hours of gameplay. It's a lot more gameplay. So they don't give you a level 20 trial in Classic because in Classic, that's 25 or 30 hours of gameplay. The reason why they give you a level 20 trial in retail is because that's only like 2 hours of gameplay. And that's the big difference.
Relax. See ya later. Okie dokie. Later. Who you be? Later. Hello, man. Stay away from the...
Alright, we need to empty out our inventory. We have serious inventory problems.
Spirits be with ya, man.
I see there's a fishing supply vendor inside this building. I wonder if he has recipes for us to cook fish. Let's see. Oh, he's inside the main building. What are my thoughts on Turtle WoW? I'm excited for their 2.0. Yeah, I'm going to check it out again once they release their 2.0 client. From the little bit I played of their main version, like it was cool, it was fun, it was janky as hell. So assuming that they fix the jankiness when they move over to Unreal 5, it should be a good time. But we will have to wait and see. Aha, Slither Skin Mackerel, that's exactly what I needed. That's, yeah, there we go, we got 24 of those bad boys. Let's go cook those up. Turtle WoW is a bad fanfic? Wrong. Turtle WoW is a good fanfic. I've read it. I've read a lot of the quest out loud, and they're not poorly written. They're written better than a lot of Blizzard's quest writing. Some of them are overly verbose. You can tell they're trying to be good, but that's an admirable thing. No, Turtle WoW is good fan fiction. Maybe some of the best fan fiction that I've read. But it's still fan fiction. That part is absolutely true. Well, I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about any of the race, class combos, the spell talent choices, because that stuff changes so often throughout WoW's actual history that I think all that stuff is just a lot of fun. I think the more race, class combos you have, the better. Yeah, I like it when they open up race, class combos and stuff like that, because I feel like the more choices people have, the better their experience is. All right, I want to get level 10. Let's go kill Centaur a little bit more. We can finish up the one quest we have for the cloth or whatever. Let's do that over here, and I want to hit level 10 so we can train at the mage trainer, because there's no mage trainer up in Razor Hill. There's a mage trainer down here, and then other than that, we have to head all the way up to Ogrimmar to do our mage training. Alex, have a good rest of your night, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. See, this is another thing I miss about Classic, is that when it gets dark out, it actually gets dark. Not only does the skybox get dark, like it should, but the lighting on the ground, the lighting on our character gets dark. Cataclysm skyboxes, even when they're dark at night, it's so bright that if you're just looking at the game world, it feels like the middle of the day. Like, you'll look up and you'll see that it's supposed to be nighttime, but everything is still very, very bright. I like it when the nighttime actually feels dark. Yeah, the skybox is great. We've got to watch it go from like afternoon to sunset to evening to twilight, and now it's almost in that full dark state. And I think eventually we'll see stars and stuff too. But yeah, I really love how it actually gets dark. Yeah, it's a really small thing, but it's really impactful. When you're a dev that cares about how people feel about questing, yes, when you care about the open world and what the experience is like for the player questing, then something like having the dark be dark is a very important thing and can be very impactful. Ooh, we have a rare spawn, Warlord Kolkanis. I have never seen this guy, but I will happily kill him. It's too bad he didn't drop a green. That would have been nice. He dropped an infantry cloak. No, that doesn't look bad. I kind of like the red one, though. Did I grab the plans? Yeah, we already did that quest. I'm just here trying to grind up to level 10. We already did all the quests in this area. I want to hit level 10 before I leave this area because my mage trainer is down here. And if I ding level 10 up in Razor Hill, I'm going to have to go to Ogrimmar to train. So we need to grind out another 2 bubbles here. Which wouldn't be too bad if we had some respawns. The level 10 quest is here too. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. We'll have to pick up the quest from the guy here. Cool. Yeah, then we're definitely going to hang out until we hit level 10. It's going to take a minute, but that's okay. Oh, CNET, you caught a world buff in Ogrimmar? Lucky you, man. On a warrior, that's going to be crazy. That's going to be really, really powerful. Enjoy it while it lasts, man. Do I prefer casters or melee? Typically, I enjoy melee more. But in Classic Era, I still enjoy casters. It's weird, by Cataclysm, it seems I don't like casters. But for some reason in Classic Era, I don't mind them. This mage has been... I think it's the combination of being able to like use some of our abilities, but also rely on the wand a little bit. I don't really know what it is. But something about the cadence of the button pushing and something about the flow of combat just feels different on casters in Classic Era than it does in other versions of the game. And yeah, by the time we get into Cata, I just don't like casters. But here I'm having fun, so yeah. See that you died. Oh, buddy. I'm not trying to laugh at you, but that is a good example of what makes Classic so different than any other version of the game. Gets a powerful buff that only drops so often, gets really excited about powerful buff, goes out into world, overcommits, and dies. Oh no. That's so bad, man. That's the most classic thing that can happen to you, though. That's the authentic experience. Yeah, did you go into Skull Rock? Did you go into a cave? Classic will humble you quickly. Yeah, it'll humble you quickly because it's easy to play, but it's also easy to mess up and fail. Like, it's easy enough to go out and start killing mobs. It's not a hard game to pick up and learn. But yeah, if you pull an extra mob, or an extra mob on top of that, you are probably going to die. Unless you're used to dealing with those kinds of problems and you have things like potions and like target dummies and stuff like that. You went into Skull Rock. Oh yeah, Skull Rock is a killer, man. You don't want to go there until you're like... I'm gonna say this a lot. You don't want to go there until you're out level for it. Have you been into Tirisfal Glades yet? Because you're probably going to want to do some questing in Tirisfal Glades for a bit. If you haven't already. Yeah, before you go into places, before you go after like Fizzle Darkclaw and you're going into Skull Rock, you got to go to Tirisfal. Oh yeah, you didn't go to Tirisfal. Yeah, you're learning some lessons. You really want to go to, like how I left Tirisfal at level 8 and I came here. You typically want to do something very similar. Like you want to get to level 8 to 10, and then you want to go to one of the other starting zones. It doesn't have to be Tirisfal, that's just the easiest one to get to. You could go to Mulgore, but Mulgore is a bit of a run. And the Mulgore questing, as beautiful as Mulgore is, the questing isn't that good. It's a beautiful zone with subpar questing. Yeah, I would say get over to Tirisfal Glades and pick up any quest that you can do over there, which some of them you're not going to be able to. You might have out-leveled some of them at this point. But yeah, you're going to have to. It's either you go to Tirisfal for a bit or you're going to have to grind on mobs. So whichever one is better for you. If you want to grind on mobs for a bit and gain levels that way, you can do that, but it's going to be a little bit faster just to go to Tirisfal and do some quests. Do I think rested XP is good for leveling? I have no idea. I've never used it, and I don't know. Questie is good enough. You don't really need anything besides Questie. It shows you where to pick up the quest, it shows you where to go to do the quest, it tells you what level the quests are, you can compare the level of the quest to the level of your character. There's not really anything else you need. If you feel like you need something to hold your hand more than Questie does, you probably just want to play a different game, to be honest with you. And that's not me trying to be a dick. I don't really know what Rested XP does, but if it's more robust, if it guides you more than Questie already does, then if you need that, you might just want to go play something else. Because you're not going to be getting the experience that you're intended to get out of this game. We need like 2 more mobs. 2 more mobs and we should hit level 10. There we go. It was 1 more mob. I was close.
You come get the voodoo.
Yeah, I would say if you're looking at something like Rested XP add-on, don't use it. Try playing the game with Questie first, and if you don't like the game with Questie, don't play the game. Because something that walks you through every single choice and walks you through every single thing you're going to do next, that's not a game. In corporate, that's called a process document. So if you're following Rested XP, you're just following a process document that someone's designed for you to level up a character. And that's not what the game is about. The game is not about just leveling up the character, it's about having a good time. It's about having an adventure, it's about letting yourself get immersed. It's about asking yourself questions. Do I want to go here and do this? Do I want to go there and do that? And if you're not going to play the game that way, if you're just going to follow a process doc to play the game, don't play the game. Go play a game that you're more comfortable with, that you can have like the natural experience of that game. That's going to be a better use of your time. Nice, we got Frost Nova. Frost Nova is going to be a huge game changer for us. That opens up so many possibilities for how we can deal with different situations, especially when situations go bad. We are going to be freezing people in place. That's going to buy us time and distance. Very nice. What else did we get? A Conjure Water rank 2. Okay, yep, absolutely. Let's make a bunch of rank 2 water. We needed that. How's the Druid journey on Classic? I don't know. The highest we've ever got a Druid is like level 20. I have not been a big player of Druids, so I don't know what that's like long term. Alright. I think we are good. What was the Mage quest? I don't think I've ever done this Mage quest. Juju Heaps. Destroy 4 Juju Heaps. What is a Juju Heap? The Warlock Zalazane of the Echo Isles disrupted the normal flow of magic in Durotar. He does this through tainted fetishes. Not a tainted fetish. Nothing's worse than a tainted fetish. Which he has placed among his huts on the main Echo Isle. You must destroy the Juju heaps before the flow of magic is forever altered. Okay, let's go do this really quick. Let's go destroy the tainted Juju heaps. Not to be confused with doo-doo heaps, which are something else entirely. Did I put the new level of frost armor out? No, I didn't. I knew there was something else. There it is, thank you. Let's go ahead and refresh both of those right now. Wow. Can I repeat that guild name? Yeah, I can repeat that guild name. Guild name of the day, she looked level 18. There you go. It's on the cusp. But it's still funny. It's on the raggedy edge. It's on the raggedy edge. But I still think it's funny. It's a game. It's harmless. And let's just say it could be worse. Any worse and it wouldn't be funny. I'm not seeing any juju. Oh, I see them. They're piles of skulls. There's one right here. I had no idea what I was really looking for, I guess. But yes, it's the little piles of skulls. They don't glow, they don't twinkle, because this is classic era. We have to actually figure out what we can hover over. Are they all in the huts? Okay. It probably indicated that in the quest. I sight read the quest, and a lot of times when I sight read a quest out loud, I don't actually absorb any of the information because I'm just focused on reading it properly, and then my brain doesn't actually intake any of it. That happens all the time. It sounds like ADHD. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. How much narrating have you done? I don't know. It seems like it makes perfect sense. When you're reading something out loud, especially if you're sight reading it, and sight reading means I'm seeing the words for the first time. I've never seen the words in front of me before. When you're sight reading something for an audience and you're trying to make sure that you're dictating properly, etc., I feel like it's pretty easy to sight read something and not absorb a lot of the info. Obviously, I absorbed the part where I was after juju heaps, but if it hinted somewhere in the language that they would be inside, those are the fine details I would have missed. And I don't think that's ADHD. I probably do have ADHD, but I don't think that's a symptom of it. I think that's a symptom of my brain having one language center, and when I devote that language center entirely to speaking language, I'm not absorbing the language as well. I think that's what it is. But sure, ADHD, why not? Just throw it around. Yeah, that's fine. It is really common. I think it is really common, and not ADHD. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people have practice at sight reading things out loud for an audience. That's not something that a lot of people ever really have to do. Usually when you are reading something to an audience, in most situations you've had time to prepare, you've had time to study the material, you've had time to make some master notes. I know this because I used to teach classes. So I know how facilitating to an audience is typically done, and it's not typically done off the cuff. It's not typically done as like sight reading everything for the first time. That's not how most people do it. So yeah, I don't think most people have a lot of experience with sight reading hundreds of words of text like on a daily basis. Yeah, I just don't think so. So yeah, I don't think it's ADD related. Alright, that's 4 out of 4 juju piles, or doo-doo piles, or whatever they were. I've never done that quest before in my life, so that was pretty cool. I'm assuming that's not going to chain into anything else right now? I'm assuming it was a one-off. Ah, yes. Talent points. Guys, we didn't spend our talent point. Let's have a look at Frost. I know what I remember is that every single talent in the Frost tree is really good. And I remember wanting all of them. Reduce the chance that that your spells will be resisted. That's really important in Classic Era. Reduce the casting time of your Frostbolt. That could be really important as we get deeper into Frost. And I think that's what we'll do. I think we will probably go into improved Frostbolt first. What do you guys think? Elemental Precision or improved Frostbolt for our first couple of points? If I start going into improved Frostbolt, then we're going to start using Fireball less. Let's take the staff. Alright. Very cool. Yeah, I think I'll just start going into the faster Frostbolt. And we'll start doing that more and more as we level up.
What you looking for? Good to meet you.
Let's work on a little bit of tailoring. Let's at least make the linen bolts.
Won't be shy. Seriously,
Alright, I think now we're good to Hearth back to Razor Hill. Yes, let's Hearth back. We'll turn in the quest that we have there, then we'll go tackle the humans over at the Kultiran Keep. There we go. There's the quest to take on Fizzle. We're not going to do that for a while. We'll probably go back to Tirisfal as soon as we finish the green quest. Maybe up to the level 8. I think we'll leave the level 10 and higher stuff till we come back. I think we'll get these turned in. We'll take on the humans, we'll turn that in, and then we'll go back to Tirisfal Glades. Because we're starting to get some green quests over there. We got level 6, level 7 that's gone green. Level 8 will probably go green pretty soon. Oh, that's a nice view. Look at that. We were treated to a spectacular moonrise. Very nice. Are we playing hardcore? No, I've had my fill of hardcore. I just want to play on the anniversary realms and get characters ready for TBC and not have to worry about dying and feeling like I shouldn't play the character after they die and all that stuff. We've played plenty of hardcore. And you know, we'll probably go back and revisit it at some point in the future, but I just have zero interest in it right now. If they ever do like an official hardcore TBC, I would be down to do something different in the hardcore space, but we've done enough vanilla hardcore. I've gotten to a point where I'm kind of over it. That's our breadcrumb to take us to the crossroads, which we don't need right now. The cooking vendor should have a recipe for us.
What are you?
Scorpid surprise. There we go. Let's learn that. We can cook these scorpid stingers, get them out of our inventory. Does it help to click on older content too? Yeah, every like helps. Every click and every like helps, especially when you're a small channel, which this one definitely is. And I appreciate those that do.
Strength and honor.
Sell those. Let's sell the 4-slot bag. We're not going to need that.
For the Horde.
And before we do anything else, I have to bio. I will be right back. All right. Let's go deal with the human menace. Are we all bagged up? Yeah, I got some 8-slot bags. I was gifted a bit of gold, which was very nice. So we had a little bit of gold, so I bought some 8-slot bags. Yep. You know, I probably could have waited, and I probably could have found some on the auction house, but we'll look at that eventually. Right now, the 8-slot bags are pretty good. Do I ever get bored of leveling in Classic? I mean, whenever I get bored of the game, I go play a different version of the game. So yeah, that's why there's lots of different content on the channel. I typically, if I'm feeling a little bit burned out or I need a change of pace, there's lots of different WoW to play. There's 2 different factions to play, lots of different content, so... But yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes. It happens less with Classic era than it does with other versions of the game. I'm much more likely to get burned out on something like Cataclysm than I am to get burned out on something like Vanilla era. It's really hard to get burned out in Vanilla era. You're not doing the same types of grindy activities that you do in other versions of the game. So obviously when I'm running like back-to-back dungeons, very easy to start burning out when you're leveling characters doing dungeons. When you actually feel like you're having some kind of adventure, it's harder to feel burned out, at least in my case. Yeah, it's, for me, like, questing in Vanilla era, it's always super chill, it's always relaxing, it's always comforting to me. And so, therefore, it's much harder to get burned out on it. Are there any classes or builds that I haven't played in WoW? In Classic WoW? There's probably a couple. I haven't played a lot of Druid. So there's a bunch of Druid stuff I've never done. I don't really like Druid that much. I haven't played a lot of Hunter. But I've played a little bit of most things at this point in my life. I would say Druid, Warlock, Hunter are probably some of my least played classes. But even among those, I've played them a bit, just not at a higher level. As for wanting to play those classes, I don't know. I don't really vibe with the Warlock. I would say of those classes, I'm more likely to try a Druid or a Hunter, but no plans anytime soon. Those are your 3 most played. Yeah, everybody's different. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my least played are somebody else's most played. Yeah, I don't play a lot of Warlock, I don't play a lot of Druid, I don't play a lot of Hunter. What do I think of the Death Knight? I haven't played enough of it to really know. It doesn't appeal to me. In a similar way that the Warlock class fantasy never really resonates with me, for some reason the DK class fantasy doesn't resonate with me at all. I just can't get into the class. I think a part of that is maybe because it starts at a high level. I think I would have much more luck trying to enjoy a DK if I could play one starting at level 1. But similar to like a boosted character, I can never get into boosted characters because I don't have any muscle memory. I don't really vibe with the character at all. So that may be part of the Death Knight problem. It might not all be class fantasy, but some of it is class fantasy and some of it is just starting a high level character. It's not as enjoyable for me as starting at level 1 and building up slowly. Sheena, you got world buffs back? They must be dropping those pretty frequently. How frequently do world buffs drop in this version of the game? I remember in Season of Discovery they dropped all the time. But I thought that was a change that they made for Season of Discovery. I didn't realize that world buffs were going out so often. How long does one have to stand around in Ogrimmar before we get a world buff? Yeah, I have it. Sometimes it tells me things. And a lot of times I'm just not in a city. I'm not anywhere near the city. You went layer hopping. Okay, yeah, I don't do all that. Even for a world buff, I don't layer hop. Yeah. If I could do it manually, I would do it, but if I have to ask somebody to get an invite to a layer, I'm never gonna just ask somebody for an invite to a layer. I don't know. It feels weird. If I could do it manually, if I can just change my layer, then sure, I would do it. But as it is right now, I just don't even think about it. I kind of try to live my life oblivious to layers. They auto-invite to layers now. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Ooh, I needed that mana. I needed that mana so I can Frost Nova this guy. Fivefold, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. Somebody got you, man. Somebody got you. I'm not that person, and I don't even know who that person is, so. Thanks for stopping by the stream, though, buddy. I appreciate the traffic. I guess I'm still in combat from when I jumped off the roof. I wonder how long I'm going to be in combat. Maybe I'm not getting this chest. Maybe I'm going to be in combat until I get very far away from here. That's what it seems like. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All I had to do was talk about it. The person he was talking about is the exact opposite of me. That's hilarious. Do we at least look alike? How would they confuse me for this person? Very strange. Very. I'm muted? No, you're muted. I'm definitely not muted. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know I'm not muted. Maybe you muted your audio by accident. Oh, see, there we go. Onyxia resets in 10 minutes on layer 3. So I would have to get to Ogrimmar. I would have to ask in trade chat, looking for invite to layer 3. And then I could get the world buff. Or, hear me out, or I could just keep playing the game. And that's probably why I never have world buffs. Because if it's a choice between running back to the city and waiting around for the world buff or continuing to play the game, I will basically always choose to continue playing the game. I am on layer 3. There you go. And then all I have to do now is run back to Ogrimmar, which I'm not going to do. Yeah, I'm not going to run back to Ogrimmar. Nope, I like to keep momentum going, and if I have to go back to Ogrimmar just for the world buff, then that kind of kills my momentum. I'd have to have a good reason to go back to the city, and I don't think that I do. You know what? We might be going back to Tirisfal. In that case, I might have a good reason to stop in Ogrimmar, and if the timing works out, maybe I could snag a world buff. If the timing works out. Because yeah, we're gonna turn these in. Oh yeah. Okay, we are gonna go to Org. Yeah, I think the follow-up is to go talk to Thrall. So I think we are gonna go do that, and then we're going back to Tirisfal Glades. That is the plan. So maybe we catch a world buff while we're in Ogrimmar. We'll see. We'll see what the timer looks like when we get there. Yeah, the buffs are really powerful, sure. Like, no doubt about that. I'm not saying they're not worth going to get. They're definitely worth it. I just don't like to take the time to do it. Anything I want to do here? I think we did all of our cooking. We did all of our tailoring. I still don't have anything to disenchant. We are level 10, and I have not disenchanted a single item because I have had no greens to disenchant. You know, first aid, we haven't really been doing first aid. I'm gonna have to level first aid a little bit, I think. I think it would be really foolish to not level first aid up without having a heal button. Because if we do it that way, then we're relying just on food. And sometimes you want to be able to first aid during combat. Sometimes I'm gonna want to freeze stuff, and the only option I have is gonna be to use first aid, so maybe I have to learn this. And maybe I gotta split my linen somehow between first aid and tailoring. That's gonna be tough. We're gonna have to find some good farms. I'm gonna have to farm some of this up. Yeah, Nova first aid. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, for the times when we don't have a potion or we don't want to use a potion, Frost Nova first aid is really powerful. And yeah, I think a lot of the times on a mage, like any tailor I have, I typically ignore first aid, but I don't think I can afford to on this mage. I think we have to level it up. We can learn the brown/white linen robe now. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll check that out once we're in Ogrimmar. We'll go to the tailoring trainer and see if we can learn those. That being said, I just used all of my linen on first aid, so it's still gonna have to wait a bit before we can make a bunch of them. Alright, so yeah, let's head to Ogrimmar. Is there a way I can keep track of that timer? Let's see. Here we go, 6 minutes and 15 seconds until the buff drops, I guess. Now, is that when the buff is going to drop, or that's when someone can drop a buff, right? So, someone could drop a buff in 6 minutes, or maybe they don't. That's when it does drop. Okay, but doesn't that depend on somebody actually taking an action? Or does somebody take the action and then it just drops automatically later? I thought someone had to do something specific to get a world buff to drop, but maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. That's very likely. If it drops like clockwork, then that sounds like it's automated. Am I going to do TBC on these servers or go back to Classic? The plan is definitely to go on into TBC. Yeah. I don't do anything in Endgame and Vanilla era. So the interest for me is to level in Vanilla era, but then I look forward to doing Endgame and TBC, because I don't do Endgame and Vanilla era. To me, Vanilla era is just about the journey. And then the Endgame content in TBC is actually the stuff I want to see. They turn in the head and then it doesn't drop till the timer. Okay, yeah, so they still have to do something. So as long as the server is active, you're probably going to get the buffs, like dropping on time. If the server were dead, then that would not be the case, because people wouldn't be doing the requisite content. Andy, I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I've never been able to do Endgame in TBC. I missed Endgame in TBC 2 different times. I missed it originally because Wrath of the Lich King came out, and then I missed it in Classic because Wrath of the Lich King came out. Yeah. So I have missed out on TBC Endgame twice. Both times I was prepping a tank. Both times I was prepping a warrior tank. I had gotten most of my dungeon set, and I was pretty close to being able to step into some raids. And then they announced Wrath of the Lich King. And then people stopped doing heroics in TBC. And then I am a sad boy who does not get to raid. So I'm hoping third time's a charm. I'm hoping I get to find out what I like to do in TBC Endgame this time. Because so far, I've missed it twice. Exactly, I'm not missing it this time, that's how I feel. Not this time. Man, yeah, I can't miss it a third time. No way. Oh, look at that, there's the dragon heads. Oh man, look at Ogrimmar at night, guys. Freaking amazing. Oh my god, this looks so good. I haven't seen Ogrimmar at night. I mean, keep in mind, I haven't seen Nighttime Azeroth until I started playing on the EU realms. It had been years since I've really seen a lot of Nighttime Azeroth in Classic. And I don't think I've seen Ogrimmar at night in like maybe like 15 years. Very cool. Alright. So we got time until the world buff drops. Let's go visit the tailoring trainer. Let's go talk to Thrall. In 2 minutes and 16 seconds, I should get a world buff, the Onyxia world buff. So, Classic TBC is coming out in spring of 2026. That's what they said. Now, keep in mind, originally they said winter of 2025. But then at some point, that just became spring of 2026. So I don't really know what was behind the change. Obviously, it wasn't them needing more development time, since we've done TBC Classic already. So I guess it was just them trying to find a good time to put it out around other releases so that it won't interfere with other releases. So yeah, it was winter of 2025. It's now spring of 2026. And I that's probably going to be like, I hope it's April. I'm hoping like March, April of 20, like early in 2026 would be good.
Speak, friend. Be safe.
But we don't know. They haven't given us any updates or like a solid date or anything.
What do you need?
See, I'm the person that I didn't really need them to do vanilla again. I was one of the people that was hoping they would just launch us right into TBC when they announced the anniversary stuff. Because I had just done a vanilla playthrough on a Paladin. We had just done a big playthrough on the US realms and we leveled the Paladin up to 60. And so I kind of wanted them just to jump into TBC, but I understand why they're doing it, how they're doing it. Alright, so we can make, I think we can make the green stuff now, can't we? Somewhere, possibly? Here we go, brown robe and white robe. Okay, we don't have any mats yet. Once we can start making these, we can start disenchanting them and actually leveling up our enchanting a bit. The Paladin's rough in vanilla. Paladin gets rough in the at like level 40. Yeah, it's really smooth. It's really smooth until like level 38, level 40. And then it takes a turn. But we did it. We got through the whole thing. It was quite an achievement, actually. And then, like, basically as soon as we finished leveling that Paladin, they announced the anniversary realms were going to be coming out. And I was like, yeah! Aw. Yay for fresh start realms. Boo that I just did this already on the old realms. If only I had waited, you know, a couple months to level up that character. Because now I have a level 60 Paladin on Mankrik. They've got like 11,000 gold, and I'm probably never going to play them again in my life. So yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Can't transfer? No, you can't transfer from regular era realms over to Anniversary. You can transfer to different regular era realms, but yeah, they're not going to let you take your level 60 on the era realm and move it over to Anniversary.
Welcome.
That's a no-no.
Come to serve the Horde. Roll home. May your blades never dull.
Onyxia buff will drop in 14 seconds. It's very oddly specific. There we go. I should probably turn the sound off for that so I don't get like DMCA for Final Fantasy music. Okay. Let's see. Gotta be a setting here to turn that sound off. Sounds. I think I just gotta change all these to none. Zelda. Yeah, we don't need any of that. I don't want Nintendo finding out about this stream and like giving me a big old DMCA mark. Well, there we go, that's better. So what do I get for that? Increased critical chance of spells by 10%, melee and range by 5%, and grants 140 attack. This is not good for me. 140 attack power is not going to do anything for me. So the crit is okay, but this buff really helps melee and doesn't help me that much. So it has like medium impact on me. Well, that was really good timing. Best timing ever, actually. Do I drink energy drinks? No. No, I drink coffee. Coffee and water. That's about it. Is this the character that I'll take into TBC? I don't know. Guys, TBC is almost an entire year away. I have no idea what could happen between now and then. Right now, I'm going to play this character and I'm going to have a fun time. You know? We have so much time, we don't even have to worry about it too much right now. Yeah, we have Mop coming out, so we're going to be playing a bunch of Mop once that comes out, and then we'll be back to Anniversary after we're in a good flow of like raiding. Once we're raid logging, we'll be back to Anniversary, but I don't know what'll be my main. It'd be cool to main a mage. It would be something completely different, so we'll see. But I'm not really looking to make any big decisions right now, not with all the time that we have. If we were talking about like winter of 2025, then maybe I'd be more eager to solidify some things, but when we're talking spring of 2026 and we're just now getting into summer of 2025, like that's basically a year away. It could end up being a full year. You know, I could see them easily pushing it back. I don't know why, but I can see them pushing it back. They've already pushed it back once, so it could happen again. If it conflicts with a retail patch, or if it conflicts with anything that they think could make them more money, then we're likely to see it push back again. Why is the Shaman plate pink like the Paladins and not blue? Because back in Classic Era, when Shaman and Paladin were faction specific, they were both pink. Because you would never have them both in the same group, because Shamans were Horde side only, and Paladins were Alliance side only, so they could share a class color. When they were shared between the factions, then the Shaman had to have its own class color. But yeah, prior to TBC, they were both pink. Alright. What do we want to do? Let's head north first. We'll find the Doomweed. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should... this is tough. It doesn't really matter what order we do this stuff in. We can take on basically all of it. Let's head over to the Scarlet guys and we'll go fight the Scarlet guys for a bit. We have a kill quest over there and I think they're dropping rings for us. And we also need dust bats. We're looking for 5 duskbat pelts. We need buffs. We need our buffs. There we go. Now we're good. Have I ever played Final Fantasy XIV? Of course I have. Yep. Yep, I played Final Fantasy XIV. I played it when it first came out. Before A Realm Reborn, and it was a shit show. And then I played A Realm Reborn when it came out to 1.0. And I played it a little bit all the way through Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers was the last expansion that I played through. I love the Final Fantasy universe. Final Fantasy is like my original love when it comes to RPGs. Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy VII like literally got me into playing RPGs. However, Final Fantasy XIV no longer feels like an MMO. Final Fantasy XIV is like a graphic novel where for 300 hours all you do is run around, fly around, and talk to NPCs. Every once in a while there's a small bit of gameplay, and then eventually there's endgame stuff. I have zero interest in the game that it is today. It's a great story. It's probably one of the best JRPG stories ever written, but I have no interest in playing it as a video game. Back in 1.0 it actually felt like an MMO. You had to do more than the MSQ to level up, you know, so you do MSQ and then you'd do like guild levies, you'd work on your hunt log, you'd level your subclass, you'd do some side questing, and then you'd get back to your main quest. Like back in 1.0 it actually felt like an MMORPG. It felt good. By the time I went back to it in Shadowbringers, it was not an MMORPG. It was a JRPG with a robust endgame. Yeah, there you go. The new Dune game feels more like an MMO than Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's true. Because it's an open world sandbox, right? And Final Fantasy doesn't have any of those sandbox elements left. It doesn't even have any MMO elements left until you're at the end game. It's like every other modern MMO. Final Fantasy is just like every other modern MMO. You get to end game and all the good gameplay is at the end. What Final Fantasy has going for it is that it has a really good story if you're interested in the story. But that's really all it offers while you level up. It doesn't offer any good gameplay while you level up, like every other modern MMO that's out. You know, it's not different than WoW or ESO. The leveling up gameplay is very lame. And if you get through that, you might get to experience some of the good endgame content, but I have no interest in those things. I don't want to... If I'm not playing modern WoW, I'm not going to go play another modern MMO. You know? What do I mean robust endgame? I mean hard content. What do you mean, what do I mean robust? Look up the word robust. Like, what can I say? I mean it has lots of content you can do at endgame. What else would I mean? From what I understand, Final Fantasy has a robust endgame, including lots of things a person can do, like hard raids and hard 5-mans and some solo content. I guess that's what I mean by robust. That's why I said then look it up. Yeah, I got that, yeah. It's just that I don't know a different way to explain robust. So if I use a word and you don't know it, then the onus is on you to look it up, not necessarily on me to explain it. You know what I mean? Because if I use the word robust, it's because that's the best word I have to explain what I'm talking about. And the great thing about the internet is if you don't know a word, you can quickly find out a definition. It's just my accent? I'm sure. I'm sure it's just my accent. That's probably it. That sounds right. I probably could have sheeped one of these guys. Instead, let's Frost Nova. Let's get a little bit of distance. And by a little bit of distance, I mean a lot of distance. Yeah, my EU people. Do I say robust any differently than you guys do? I mean, I get that I sound like an American. I get that. But I feel like for an American, like, I enunciate pretty well. I go out of my way to make sure that I pronounce things and that I enunciate, like, fully. You know, I try not to use a lot of slang. I try to make sure that everything is clear. And I feel like for an American, I do a pretty decent job of that. When I was teaching in class, I had lots of people, because people in America, we have lots of different ways that we speak, we have lots of different accents, and we come from different places. So when I was teaching class, it was really important that I could speak clearly, that I can speak succinctly, and I like to think that I developed a way of speaking that was pretty easy for most people to understand. But I probably do have a slight Michigan accent of some kind. Am I speaking American now? I have gone full American, yeah. I am now speaking full American. Tim with the 10 months. Thank you, man. Is gifting memberships on the fritz right now? I don't know, is it? You'd have to tell me. I have no idea. Am I a teacher? No, right now I'm a streamer. I used to teach corporate classes and develop training materials. I was a training developer and classroom facilitator for a Fortune 500 company. And yeah, one day they fired me and I never went back. Now I do this. Yeah, Tim, I'm not sure, man. I haven't seen any notifications from YouTube or anything like that. Let me check my dashboard and see if there's any, like, any alerts. But I don't think so. Nope, I don't see any outages or anything like that reported, so as far as YouTube knows, everything is fine. Everything is fine. But if you just tried to do a gift bomb and it didn't work, then maybe there's a problem. There might be a developing problem that they don't know about yet. It gets stuck on thinking. It just endlessly spins. Huh. That's very sad. I guess YouTube does not want your money. And more importantly, they don't want me to have it. That sounds typical. That sounds pretty typical of YouTube. They don't want your money, and they don't want me to have your money. So, yeah. Thanks, YouTube. I appreciate the super functionality. It could be you, but it's probably not. You've never had a problem before. I wouldn't blame yourself. There's no one left. Yeah. There's not anybody left. It's like, no, we're capped out. No, not accepting any new members at this time. Thank you for your interest. Move along, please. Move along. That's what YouTube just did to you. I mean, I agree that there are lots of people in the US who do talk fast, especially people in the East. But I don't think that I'm one of those people. I think I used to be. The biggest feedback I got when I first started teaching was that I talk too fast. And so I'm very familiar with what it is like to talk too fast. And I actually was coached and had to train myself to really slow down my speech patterns. So I've put in about a decade of work developing this speech pattern, which I think has a pretty steady cadence to it. And yeah, because talking fast was one of my bad habits when I first started off. They say, Robert, you sound great. You talk too fast, man. Nobody knows what you're saying. And there are probably people who talk slower than I do. That's true. Perkwitch, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That was very kind of you, and a very good test of the system. Thank you for that, buddy. Welcome to the 5 new people. Thank you guys for hanging out with us as we play some classic era. I appreciate that. It might be a cache or cookies thing, Tim. Like maybe it's just an internet browser issue. Maybe even just closing the browser and reopening it would help. I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be holding on to some cookies. Let go of the cookies. Something like that. That sounds right. Oh no, I can't sheep the demon dog. Guys, the demon dog is a demon. You can't sheep demons. I was like, this will be easy. I'll sheep a dog. Can't sheep demon dog. Did someone say cookies? Not the good kind of cookies. No, just the little bits of internet cookies. You know, the kind, not the kind you eat, the kind you have to click accept on. It's a different cookie. Well, the demon dog is a demon? I'm not sure why it's a demon, actually. I thought it was just like a plagued dog, right? I thought it was a dog that got the plague. Getting the plague does not make you a demon. Being a demon involves coming from like that plane of existence. You know what I mean? Like when you get scourged, you don't become a demon, you become an undead. So it's a little bit weird that the dogs are demon dogs. Because I don't think there has been any like, well, I mean, I guess there could be demons left over, but I don't know. It's kind of weird actually. It's kind of weird. I guess we shouldn't think about it too much. Why is there a cat here? I see this as somebody's companion. But how? Why? How is it someone's companion? Where is the player that is the companion of this kitten? Somebody has lost their kitty cat, and he's running around wild in Tirisfal Glades. Probably not a very safe place. Probably not a very safe place for him to be. It says he was somebody's companion, but I didn't see the player. That was strange. CNET, you went to the cow zone. The cow level is real. You went to Mulgore. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you could do that too. It's your first time in Mulgore. No way, man. Oh man. You have so many like amazing places to see on the Horde side that you've probably never really seen. It's kind of nuts. I'm jealous. Favorite Horde zones? Eversong Woods. Yep. Eversong Woods, Barrens. Yeah, I mean, Mulgore would be on the list for aesthetics. I like the aesthetics of Mulgore. I don't like the flow of questing. I think the flow of questing leaves a little bit to be desired. But the aesthetics of Mulgore are top. So Eversong Woods, Barrens, Mulgore. That's probably top 3. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Mulgore at night. Strangely, here in Tirisfal Glades, it actually seems brighter at night than it was during the day when it was all rainy. That's kind of weird. Durotar definitely got much darker, but here in Tirisfal Glades, it almost got brighter. The sky is this greenish color, and everything is kind of green. I guess the skybox here also has the plague. That must be what's going on. Somehow the clouds themselves have been contaminated. Here we go. Here's the breadcrumb to take us into Silverpine. We are definitely going to do some Silverpine before we bother going into the Barrens.
Speak quickly. Enemies abound.
Let's see. Slay Captain. Oh, God. What in the actual... How dare you? How dare you come kill these NPCs? So rude of you. I wonder, guys, is this somebody in the stream with us? What are the odds that somebody would come kill the NPCs that we're trying to talk to? I wonder. It must be coincidence. It's gotta be coincidence, right? I need coarse thread. I didn't buy any coarse thread. Yeah, I'm sure it's just coincidence. That was his pet cat. Yeah, that's right. I recognize the name. Yeah, he had a really dumb name. And so I recognize the name from the dumb cat. That's true. So he was in stealth hanging out around us. And I thought it was something like that. That's why the cat was there and he wasn't, because he was there with us. But he was just hanging out in stealth. Yeah. It's one of those people. Well, they're all the same.
I haven't got all day.
Very predictable.
Just no.
Very predictable and very boring. Alright, let's head to the north. We will go after the gnolls. We have a named guy to kill, and we're also looking for Doomweed. Not to be confused with gloomweed or any other kind of weed for that matter. Tim, thanks for the super chat, man. You figured out that it's your PC's problem. That's really weird. It let you do a super chat, though. I appreciate that. And so now you know that's working. I wonder why that would be working, but the membership thing wouldn't work. It's very strange. I would advise clearing cache and cookies and maybe trying a different browser. Those are my amateur troubleshooting steps for you. Clear cache and cookies. Try a different browser. If that doesn't work, I don't know. If that doesn't work, it was a good run. It was a good run. And these kinds of people remind me of, like, you remember back in like elementary school or grade school? When there was a kid in the class who, like, he didn't have any friends, and the only way he could get attention would be by, like, smarting off to the teacher, or, like, causing problems for the teacher. And since, like, that was the only way he could get any attention at all, that was what he did. Do you guys remember kids like that from, like, elementary school? You know, they'd mouth off, they'd be sarcastic, they'd cause problems. And it was because, like, they could never get any positive attention. They didn't even know what positive attention felt like or how to get it. And so they would just become a nuisance, and that was how they got attention. And it's like, these are the same people, but they're 30 now. They're 30 or 40, and they're still doing the same shit. Because they never figured out how to get positive attention from anybody. I blame their parents, mostly. But I blame them too, because they're adults now, and they're still doing the same shit they were doing when they were 11 years old. The only attention I can get is negative attention. That's pathetic. Oh, it's cause you're on the phone, Tim. Yeah, I don't think that kind of stuff works on the phone, especially if you're on an iPhone. If you're on an iPhone, like, iPhone hates it. They absolutely hate it. It's a lack of life. It's not just a lack of life. It's a lack of, like, fundamental internal emotional infrastructure. They just don't have it. And that's okay. Give him a break. He's still in his mom's basement. Hasn't had a friend in 16 years. Yeah, that's rough. I get it. I understand. Yeah, this is a PvE server. It's not PvP, but it's a PvE server. You can still grief people by killing mobs and killing NPCs and stuff like that. It's just not as common to see this level of griefing on a PvE server. It happens a lot more in PvP, obviously. It's okay. I like living in someone's head enough that they're willing to waste their time doing this. You know, they get off of work at their part-time job, and they get home and they settle in their mom's basement, and this is what they choose to do with their time. Later, this person will send me a nasty in-game mail, and I will report them for harassment, and we will all move on with their lives. It's a good time. Big Mike, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, buddy. Very kind of you. Very generous. Welcome to the 5 new people. Thank you guys for being here today. Tim, it's worked on the iPhone before. Oh, it worked on the iPhone. That's interesting. It's typically the iPhone that people complain to me about. They say, like, this doesn't work on the iPhone, this doesn't work through iOS and stuff like that. But that's interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with it then. It's their free time. That's what makes it even better, is like you're using your very limited free time to attempt to grief me in a way that isn't very impactful. I mean, sure, it's kind of annoying, but it's not really impactful, and it gives me content. It gives me something to talk about. So you're wasting your time, you're giving me content, so it's like a win-win for me. You guys start to talk about it more too. When people grief me, you guys talk more, and YouTube sees the chat per minute go up, and when the chat per minute goes up, the stream pops off. So it's like they're actually helping the stream. They're trying to inconvenience me, but they're helping the stream. It's so crazy. My wife noticed it too. She's like, every time you get trolls, the stream pops off. And I'm like, yeah, because trolls drive conversation. And when conversation is going, YouTube's going to push the stream to more people. So it's like they're actually helping out in their own way, you know? It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Yeah, on PvE, unfortunately, you can make characters on Horde and Alliance, yeah. That's only a limitation on PvP servers. Mm-hmm. Trolls are gonna troll, haters gonna hate. Mm-hmm. Ghost Costa, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you've come back to WoW Classic, and I hope you really enjoy your time here. I clicked on him. He's like, yeah, highlight of my day. I love it. I did accidentally click on him. He finally got me. I guess that's what he was trying to do all along, right? He was trying to get me to click on him. You got me. Ooh. You can rest easy now, son. Everything's fine. That's awesome. What a loser. Yeah, what a fucking loser. It's okay. I mean, it's his time to waste. It's fine. It's fine. Trolls 1, Rambles 0. Yeah, he's gonna run tell his mom, Mom, guess what I did? I sniped a streamer. Yeah, I got him good, Mama. Mm-hmm. I don't hate it. Like I said, all trolls really succeed in doing is they help the stream out. It sucks, but they do. Like I don't let it bother me. It's like if I'm in someone's head that much, then I'm doing something right. If someone hates you that much, then you've succeeded. If someone hates you that much for doing what you do, you've made it. You have made it. Like I've made it. Mm-hmm. I've made it. But now we gotta go find a corner to hide in so we can hearth out of here. Now we gotta find a corner to hide in. Hide me! Oh man. The honky accent, there you go. That was an accent, yeah. The great thing is I have a Hearthstone that's set across the world, so, you know, that'll help out a little bit. There's always options. Although now we need to catch a repair. Let's go after some gnomish tools. Yeah, he was gonna try to camp me, but that didn't work. We're too slippery for that. I love it, yeah. I think it's great. Now, if he follows me here, we should mass report him. I feel like troll me once, shame on you. Troll me twice, shame on me. If he follows me here and bothers me again, we should mass report him. Get him a little 48-hour ban. You know what I mean? Trolls hate getting banned because they don't have anything else to do. Like, a ban is the worst thing that could possibly happen to a troll. CNET, you like Thunderbluff, man? Thunderbluff is pretty cool. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. You will die. You will go splat. Although it's not hardcore, so you should jump off at least once. It's worth it to throw yourself off at least one time. Have I ever been banned? I've never been banned because I don't do anything wrong. I don't do anything bad, and therefore I don't get banned. It's pretty easy. I don't grief people. I don't harass people. I save the griefing and harassing for chat. Yep, I don't grief, I don't harass, and I don't buy gold illegally. And those are the top 3 things that you will get banned for pretty easily. Yeah, if a bunch of people report you for harassing, you'll get yourself a sweet little ban. If you get caught buying gold illegally, you'll get a little ban. And yeah, so I don't do that kind of stuff. So I don't get banned. Yeah, Undead has a racial ability to breathe longer. It's not that we have infinite breath, it's that our breath can last a really, 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 really long time. But it does tick down, and it will run out eventually. It just takes a while. I have to say, nighttime Durotar is pretty awesome. Durotar is not very high on my list of zones that I like, but nighttime Durotar definitely has a very nice vibe to it. And look at that, all the stars finally came out. Very cool.
Dabu. Strength.
CNET for sure, man. Yeah, sometime tomorrow we should definitely be able to do Ragefire. Yep. Ragefire tomorrow. Now there's lots of quests. You're in Thunderbluff. Make sure you pick up the quest for Ragefire, because I will need you to share those with me. There should be at least 1, possibly 2 quests in Thunderbluff for Ragefire Chasm. But yeah, we could do that as soon as we're like level 13. We don't even have to have all the quests. We can do that dungeon a couple times. So there you go. So yeah. And the cool thing about Vanilla Era is that you're not going to have to struggle as much to keep up with me. Because I level very slowly, I'm often stopping to do professions and to get gang to buy trolls. So yeah, you should have no problems really keeping up. But yeah, take care, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's get our buffs back up. That would be a good idea. CNET's played vanilla before, but not on the Horde side. He's only played Alliance, apparently. So all the Horde side stuff he's seeing for the first time, essentially. Which I think is really cool. Yeah, he may have never played a Blood Elf. That's true, Esme. You have a good point there. He's missing out on some of the best content in the game. Maybe I don't know if he's played... Maybe he's played Blood Elf. No, I guess probably not. I don't know. If he's never played a Blood Elf, then yeah, he's definitely missing out. Like, that's the best zone possibly in the entire game. Ghostlands is also good, but Eversong Woods, peak content. Yeah, Blood Elf is the way to go. Blood Elf is probably the best race in the game, gotta be honest. And the Horde is definitely much better with the inclusion of Blood Elves. Best race, best starting zones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately in Classic we have to wait till TBC. So, you know, I mean, Blood Elves, you can play Blood Elves in Cataclysm. And you can play them in retail, but right now on these realms, we have to wait until TBC comes out in spring of 2026. And that is going to be a long time. Hank, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time. We have a chest back here. Let's go ahead and pop this and see what's inside. Or we could aggro this mob. Yeah, let's aggro the mob. Alright, that was the last battle guard we need. We need one more... Oh, two more dust runners. Dust runners are these guys out here. Did I leave loot? Apparently I left loot. You are a rare spawn. Probably didn't want to body pull you like that. We've been running into a lot of rare spawns. I like it. Still need one more dust runner. Yeah. It sucks when rare spawns don't drop a green. I wish they always dropped a green, even if it's not going to be a green that I need. It's nice when they drop a green. Or they could do what Cataclysm did. They could make them worth a chunk of XP. It'd be nice if they were worth a big chunk of XP. I think either or, but maybe both those things. Maybe they always drop a green and give a big chunk of XP. It would give it a better feeling, you know what I mean? Because it's always nice to see them, but then when you don't really get anything out of it, it's kind of lame at the same time. If you got a big chunk of XP, then it would be awesome. And that's a really easy fix. Yeah, the best item I ever found in a chest, I found a blue once. It wasn't a blue I could use, but I think it was something I could sell in the auction house. But that was only one time. One time in my entire life, I found a blue item in a chest. It was a chest in the Western Plaguelands. And I don't really remember what era it was. It must have been Vanilla era or TBC. I was playing a mage. And a random chest had a blue, and it was the only time that ever happened to me. So... I mean, I've gotten blue drops in epics, but usually those things drop off of mobs. It feels like it's much less common to get a blue out of a chest. At some point we found a green bag. Okay, we gotta save all these bags for the auction house, or for the bank rather. There we go. We got a blue two-handed sword. I'm just gonna go ahead and vend. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna vendor that. I'm gonna try to disenchant it. Because we're supposed to be disenchanting things. There we go. That's the first point in enchanting. We had an epic drop on the... It was in Season of Discovery, though. Yeah, we did have an epic drop on our Paladin in Season of Discovery. It was an epic staff. That doesn't count. To me, that doesn't count as Classic Era, because I don't know if they changed the drop rates, you know what I mean? I don't know if the Season of Discovery drop rates are maybe different than the drop rates in Classic Era, so I don't know if stuff that drops in SOD really counts. Because we've gotten some stuff in SOD. But yeah, I don't really count that stuff when I think about, like, stuff dropping in Classic Era. What level have we got to today? We made it to level... Ooh, bags in the way. We made it to level 11. 6 hours, level 11. I feel like that's pretty good, guys. I feel like that's really good. Granted, today was slow. Tomorrow we might level a little bit faster, but I've had a really good time on this character. It's been great. We've leveled up our professions a little bit. We got cooking going. We've got first aid going a little bit. We got our tailoring going. Enchanting, we basically just started. But yeah, I feel like we're off to a pretty decent start. I feel good about it. So yeah, I'm going to take a break here for today, but we will be back tomorrow. We'll try to go back into Tirisfal Glades and finish things up there. And then we'll hop back and forth until all this stuff is done, and then we'll head into Silverpine. And tomorrow we should be able to do some dungeons. Specifically, we should be able to do Ragefire Chasm. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Have a great rest of your afternoon or evening time. As always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.